Our populations have made too many sacrifices. Too many of us have lost family and friends. Too many dreams have been extinguished and hopes delayed. We can only look ahead and ask, what if? What if we replaced suspicion with trust? What if we supplanted narrow self-interest with collaboration? What if those nations and individuals who profited most during the pandemic gave back to those who fell further behind? What if equity became our overriding economic goal? What if social justice were the guiding mission? And then we must take action. The ambition and innovation we bring to the recovery must be more powerful than the destructive forces unleashed by the pandemic. The breakthroughs we reach for must be on a global scale, beyond previous imagination, created using new technologies, new ways of working, new habits of mind. Above all, our ambition must be to recreate trust and rebuild common prosperity. In the new economy, we must build resilient, equitable healthcare. As the world emerges from the COVID pandemic, it is imperative that we accelerate innovative solutions and challenge models of the past. We need to reimagine healthcare to make it preventative, personalized, and proactive.
Please welcome to the stage Executive Chair of the Bloomberg New Economy and Chief Executive Officer of Bloomberg Media, Justin B. Smith.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome back to the second day of the New Economy Forum. We hope you enjoyed last night's fantastic dinner, the great conversation with the Prime Minister, and of course the wonderful hospitality of our Singapore hosts. Today we're focusing on health and cities. But first, let me introduce you to one of Mike Bloomberg's great friends, Hank Paulson, also a great friend of our organization, the former U.S. Treasury Secretary, the chairman of the Paulson Institute, and the co-chair of the Bloomberg New Economy Forum Advisory Board. Hank's sage and prescient remarks have been a highlight of all four of our forums. Many of you will remember that 4 years ago at this very spot, Hank warned of an economic iron curtain falling between China and the U.S. Today, relations between the world's two largest economies are at an all-time low. Yet just last week, the U.S. and China agreed to work together to slow global warming, a move that helped get the climate agreement at COP26 over the line. And of course, on Monday, Chinese President Xi Jinping and U.S. President Joe Biden held a virtual summit. What does this mean, and what will happen next? Hank, over to you. As always, we look forward to your wise perspective.
Thanks, thanks, Justin, and good morning, everyone. I want to begin with a huge thank you to Prime Minister Lee for his gracious welcome and for that terrific dinner last night. And of course, to Mike Bloomberg and his star team of organizers. Heck, they've even brought that monsoon outside to help the farmers. So now, we faced challenges together these past 2 years, but we've also seen resilience, tenacity, and sheer heroism. Now we need governments, businesses, market participants, and citizens in every country to grapple not just with the challenges of building back those things we feared we'd lost, but also of building beyond the national and global economies we once had. We should build beyond what we had to ensure not just recovery, but greater resilience and higher quality, more inclusive, and more sustainable growth. And we should build beyond to harness more innovation, foster greater equity, and create more opportunity for all. It gives me no pleasure to say that I fear we are not on the path to do that. COVID-19 exposed dangerous flaws and added fuel to the trends that are deintegrating the global economy. It was a badly needed wake-up call to changes already occurring in the world. But too few countries are responding with necessary structural reforms or cooperating to assure a robust and resilient future global economy. Indeed, some countries have made non-cooperation a central plank of their economic policies. The spirit of non-cooperation is embedded in politics and in a reaction to real economic disruptions. This is anchored in the real experiences of those left behind. The cause may be technology, trade, China, or a combination of these. The effect is the same. But the solution is not to upend an open economic system. While capitalism is imperfect, there is simply no better system for generating growth, opportunity, and prosperity. But it must be constantly upgraded to meet changing economic and societal circumstances. So we need to relearn the lessons of the past and rework policies to expand economic opportunity for our citizens. We must mitigate the erosion of the basic pillars that are essential to a well-functioning economy. These are effective and a trusted government, well-functioning markets, and international cooperation. Today, all three of these pillars are being sorely tested. Government is the foundation of well-functioning societies, but in a recent survey of 28 countries, trust in government is down almost 10%. Governments must build back trust by being more transparent, delivering opportunity by investing in people. They must also upgrade and enhance education and social programs, invest in infrastructure, and steward the environment for future generations. Human capital is the most essential because human capital is what differentiates one economy from another. It is a critical ingredient in bolstering productivity and economic resilience. Physical capital is also essential. The world needs more and improved and cleaner infrastructure, built and financed by all major economies. More connectivity and more directions will be a net benefit to the world. We also need a second pillar to thrive: well-functioning, safe financial markets and with good government policies to facilitate them. Today, cross-border financial disruption is a major and growing risk. In 2008, a crisis in the U.S. financial markets disrupted the global economy. In 2015 and this year, disruption in China rippled through global markets. There are those in America trying to compel financial decoupling with China. But wholesale financial decoupling is impossible, and partial decoupling is likely to make the United States, China, and the world more susceptible to financial crises. It is crucial that we have mechanisms for the world's first and second largest economies to coordinate, because the only way to put out the next big fire will be with global coordination. And I can tell you from firsthand experience, it sure worked in 2018, particularly with China. Capital markets are a core element of a country's competitiveness. And while I know banks and asset managers aren't popular, the fact is the U.S. benefits by having its preeminent financial institutions operate in China, but on a level playing field. And I look forward to that. Chinese capital markets will be safer when world-leading institutions bring best-in-class risk management, accounting, and governance. And then, when the inevitable disruptions occur, U.S. regulators will have first-hand market knowledge. And if U.S. firms don't operate there, it will be difficult to maintain their global leadership when the British, European, and Japanese firms do. And when these nations and Hong Kong welcome the best Chinese companies to list on their exchanges, It will be harder for New York to maintain the world's financial center, or remain the world's financial center. I recognize China's opaque accounting and murky corporate governance rules need a lot of work. But the calls to resist cross-border capital flows are not just about accounting standards and corporate governance. And I think an honest assessment would have to admit that they're also about strategic competition. But competing strategically shouldn't mean making it harder to compete economically. And there lies the challenge of decoupling. Just when governments should be cooperating in ending the pandemic and rebooting growth, rancor and antagonism stand in the way. Nowhere is this clearer than in the current state of U.S.-China economic relations. Some believe we shouldn't do any business with China, that it's impossible to compete and collaborate at the same time, and that business is somehow unpatriotic unless it brings wholesale political change in its wake. But this is a false choice. Selective decoupling is essential to protect advanced technologies. And no country should be over-reliant on another for a critical product. But some of the de-integration has been counterproductive, and more is coming. Is it really in the American interest to walk headlong down the path of a wholesale decoupling from China? I hardly think so. Let's be clear. The rest of the world isn't going there. So the U.S. alone would break global supply chains and cut off U.S. workers from some of the largest markets and fastest growing markets of the future. And without cooperation in the international system, there will be chaos. The Biden-Xi summit is an important step in the right direction. But let's not kid ourselves that one leaders' meeting will resolve the real strategic and competitive tensions between our countries. We need much more certainty around how the U.S. and China are going to compete, where they're going to cooperate, and how they're going to manage conflict. Otherwise, the world is headed for a very dangerous place. We shouldn't dismiss what a failure to do so might mean for the world. Great powers rarely desire to go to war, but history is replete with horrifying examples of how they stumbled into it nonetheless. And so it is important we act now to prevent strategic competition from turning into terrible conflict. And this is not just a U.S. and China problem. Every country needs to do a better job on facilitating the coordination and cooperation the world needs. There are important problems where our individual countries' self-interest will be better served by working with one another rather than at cross purposes. Climate change is a case in point, and it's received a lot of attention. Here we have an opportunity and incentive to work together. China is ground zero for climate change, and its success in decarbonizing could transform the world's climate outlook. Failure would doom us to disastrous outcomes. China faces huge challenges of increasing its energy efficiency and reducing overcapacity while it decarbonizes sprawling, inefficient industries that produce steel, cement, petrochemicals. And despite announcing a massive renewable energy project, China has since resorted to financing coal power during the recent power shortages. It is important that China accelerate its investments in clean technologies and environmental goods and services. Yet it should be done in a fair fashion with a level playing field. The threat of a climate challenge is so great that hopefully necessity will be the mother of cooperation. The U.S. and China agreement to establish a climate working group at COP26 sends a sorely needed positive message. And we can do more. An innovative idea is for the U.S. to negotiate with major economies to eliminate tariffs on environmental goods and services. I see no reason to have them. We should start with our allies like the UK, the European Union, and Japan. Free trade in the clean solutions of the future could generate global growth and job creation, not to mention its positive impact on our planet. With China's market alone estimated to be over $16 trillion in this sector by 2060, hopefully this time China will join. To build back beyond requires hard work too. It requires work to narrow the trust deficit, update market principles for today's world, and repair fractured global relationships. And the business community offers a reason for optimism. Business has largely outperformed governments over the past 2 years. Businesses, from the corporate leaders to researchers to factory workers to logistics managers, have innovated and outperformed government. They have distributed billions of life-saving vaccines. They have developed the technologies that made remote work possible. And businesses have created the foundation to build back beyond. So companies and workers are center stage in determining whether we succeed in addressing the challenges we've talked about today. Businesses will innovate the products and services to save our planet from the climate and biodiversity crises. They are central in ensuring that financial markets work. And how they conduct themselves is vital in determining whether societies have trust and confidence in capitalism. But businesses cannot and should not make the policies or regulations that govern economic activity. Only governments can do that. But governments must do that with businesses, or it will be to the detriment of their citizens. Businesses can partner with government to shape a U.S.-China economic relationship and an international order that works not just for their individual companies, but also for the people and the countries in which they operate. The problems we're talking about are difficult, but not intractable. We can't solve every problem, but we can make progress. We should advocate for solutions that demonstrate how market-based principles can improve people's lives. Almost every major breakthrough in history has been spawned by a big problem. And the pandemic has been our wake-up call. We have a generational opportunity to step up to this historic challenge, to this mission, to this responsibility. Thank you all.
Welcome to the stage, Bloomberg Television anchor and editor-at-large Francine Lacroix, and founder and CEO of DeepMind, Demis Hassabis.
Well, good morning, everyone. And good morning, Demis. I know it's like 1 a.m. in London, so we thank you for your solidarity and actually being jet-lagged with us. I hope you're fully caffeinated like the room here in Singapore.
I am.
Good. Demis, let me just start off with, when we talk about AI and DeepMind, this is all about understanding the human brain and actually how it works. How far along are we in that journey? How much do we still not understand about our brains?
So at DeepMind, the way we approach building artificial intelligence is we try and take some inspiration from how the brain works. And what we mean by inspiration, we're not trying to copy how the brain works, but we're sort of looking at the architectures and the algorithms and the representations the brain uses. And then we're trying to get some hints and clues about how the brain produces intelligence. And then we're trying to sort of recreate those capabilities in our machines. So that effectively our systems can think and learn for themselves. So there's enough known about the brain that we do that, but of course, there are many open questions still about how the brain works, but there's enough clues there that it's useful for building artificial intelligence.
I mean, should I look at it in percentage-wise? Are we like 5%, understanding of our brain, or is it like 30%?
I would say, it's probably 20 to 30%, but it's, actually, I think once we build AI, it will be helpful as a tool to finish understanding the brain. But I think that 20, 30% is still quite indicative and quite useful. After all, the human brain is the only existence proof we have in the universe that we know of that kind of general intelligence is possible.
I want to talk about biology in a second, but how much do we actually interact with AI in our day-to-day lives without even realizing sometimes?
Yeah, that's right. I mean, artificial intelligence is embedded all around us now. Every time you use your mobile phone, you look at maps to find where you're going, you speak to it with your voice. There's AI underpinning all of those everyday things now. What's recommended that you watch next on Netflix or a streaming service, all of that has aspects of AI underlying those algorithms. So we're touching artificial intelligence pretty much every minute by minute in our daily lives.
I want to talk a little bit about biology. So your system AlphaFold is a solution to the protein folding system, a grand challenge in biology for the past 50 years. So why did you choose that thing to work on? Why biology and why now?
So when we started DeepMind back in 2010, AI was, not fashionable like it is now. In fact, it was very much the opposite. It was very difficult even to raise some seed funding. And what we decided to do, actually, initially, was to prove our algorithmic ideas, these ideas about building general learning systems that can learn for themselves directly from data and experience. We started to prove that out on games, because it's very convenient as a kind of testing ground for our ideas. So we beat the world champion at Go famously with our program AlphaGo, then chess, and then a video game called StarCraft, a strategic game called StarCraft. And the idea was ultimately always to eventually apply those algorithmic ideas to massive real-world challenges, both in commercial challenges, but also in science. And AlphaFold, as you say, was our first big breakthrough in science, where we're able to predict the 3D structure of a protein, which goes a long way to determining what function it does in life and in our bodies. And we're able to predict the 3D structure directly from its one-dimensional genetic sequence, which normally would take years and years of very painstaking experimental work to find. And now we can do it in a matter of seconds.
So Isomorphic Labs is also your new company with a mission to reimagine the entire drug discovery process. What can it achieve that humans can't? Is it pace, or is it actually new discoveries?
Well, we think that AlphaFold is a kind of proof of concept that some of these things, some of these aspects of biology and biochemistry that used to be done painstakingly in the lab, in the wet lab, and take many, many years and be very difficult types of experiments. A lot of those things we think are ready to be tackled computationally or AI first. And we think that it's not just the protein structure, the structure of a protein, which of course is only one small aspect of what you need to do to discover a new drug or cure for a disease. There are many, many other aspects that need to be cracked. But we actually think a lot of those components in that drug discovery process are potentially amenable to computational and AI-first methods. And what we want to do with the new company is kind of accelerate investment in that area and really push that as far as it will go. And I think it could be a very exciting time in the next 5+ years, where we might see a kind of revolution in the way some of those steps are tackled much more quickly, and in the end deliver cures far faster than the kind of 10 years average that it takes today.
So is that for the actual drug development or finding the drug, or is it also safety? Because that's usually the process that takes the longest. So can you achieve that quicker to make sure that it's safe, and so maybe cut the trial times?
Potentially both those things. So part of it is identifying the right target. Then it's sort of designing the right compound, the right chemical compound to bind to that target. And then also testing its properties, so making sure it's not toxic and has the right solubility, the right thermal properties, and so on. And we think that AI could potentially predict many of those properties. So then when it goes to, to the point where it's going to clinical trial, then you have a much higher confidence and percentage chance of getting through that clinical trial. And of course, it would also accelerate that whole discovery process as well by potentially many years.
Demis, people who work in technology or like health tech often say about a culture clash between software developers that are interactive, want to go fast, and maybe drug development, which has more checks and balances. How do you make sure that there's not a culture clash?
Yeah, no. So I think, of course, there are many reasons for medicine and pharma to be like it is, and obviously, you have to carefully check all of your experiments before you obviously distribute anything. But I think there are many steps in the early discovery process before you're anywhere close to getting to market or doing the clinical trials and regulations that come with that and all those kinds of things, where it's purely sort of scientific in the lab. And it's those steps that I think we're looking to see if they can be accelerated and enhanced and helped with very sophisticated, deep computational and AI methods, much like AlphaFold.
Google's previous pharma foray, have struggled. I'm thinking of the partnership with Sanofi Aventis fizzling in 2019. There was, the contact lenses that could actually check whether you had diabetes or not. What will you do differently with this project?
Yeah, this is a very different sort of project to other things. Actually, I think that's going on in pharma in general, where we're really focusing on the computational side of things. That's our expertise from DeepMind. That's what the expertise of the new company, Isomorphic Labs, will have, is really doubling down on this idea of modeling aspects of biology. How much of biology can we computationally model? Can we understand with information systems? I think at its most fundamental level, biology is an information processing system. You can obviously DNA has often been called as a sort of code, really like a code. But I think many other aspects of biology, our cells, proteins, and other things can actually best be understood as information processing systems. And if that's the right hunch, then a lot of these systems might be modelable and predictable with machine learning methods. So it's a really different kind of approach to, say, building devices or building wet labs and other more traditional approaches to things like drug discovery and medicine.
Demis, are people at DeepMind concerned about the powerful AI that you're creating being controlled by a single entity? Do you feel comfortable with that? And what are the checks and balances that you want to make sure are always in place?
Yeah, we're very comfortable. I mean, we've been now part of the Alphabet group for nearly 8 years. We're very proud of that. They give us a ton of support. We're an independently sort of run subsidiary, so we have our own roadmap, our own research agenda, our own culture, and all of that is, and obviously we're based in London, and so we have a lot of freedom to operate how we think best to sort of deliver our mission of solving intelligence and using it to advance science and benefiting humanity. And so we're sort of laser focused on that. And we sort of see it as the best of all worlds, really. So we get to still sort of be like a nimble, I still regard us as a startup, even though we're a dozen years in. We still have plenty to do in our mission, but we're backed by this really big entity, supportive entity. And another thing is we have a lot of collaborations with Google on the commercial side in terms of our technology being embedded now in hundreds of Google products. I mean, pretty much any Google product you use will have some aspect of DeepMind's technology under the hood. And in terms of sort of ethics questions and other things, we've always had the ethical use of AI as a fundamental building block of DeepMind from the very beginning. We planned for success. So we thought even back in 2010, when no one else pretty much was working on AI, we already envisaged how powerful the technology could be, an extraordinarily powerful technology with extraordinary opportunities, but also some risks that come with that. And so we had that in mind from the beginning, and we've embedded that in everything we do. We have internal ethics committees and other things that check and look through with the researchers in partnership with them every research that we work on and deploy. And Alphabet and Google itself has also publicly declared their sort of AI principles, which we were a big part of helping draft, and obviously we subscribe to those principles as well.
Are there lessons to be learned actually from the social media industry about risks and reputation? And is there anything holding AI back? Are we, do we fear it, or are we curious about it?
Yeah, I think, if you look at obviously it's a very different field from the social media field and industry, but there are some lessons there, which is I think we should take on board about building very powerful technologies, perhaps building them with good intent in mind and some good theories at the outset of what they would be capable of. But then when actually you realize your ambitions, you also need to think at that point, but before it happens, what the unintended consequence might be. And I think for powerful things, like social media, but also like AI, you need to think about that ahead of time. I don't think it's a good idea to sort of to use an anachronism of like, move fast and break things. That's maybe appropriate for things like games or apps or things like that. But I think for when you're talking about powerful new technologies and powerful new science, I think a scientific method and a scientific approach of sort of thoughtful reflection, thoughtful progress, critiquing everything you do, submitting your work to peer review, outside peer review, which is obviously the norm scientific method. All of those things help science to be very robust, and why it works so brilliantly. And I think the scientific method is more the correct method and approach, I think, for building these types of powerful technologies.
How much can AI actually contribute to climate goals?
Yeah, so actually I've just come back from COP26, probably like many of you, and I was talking there about the many ways I think AI can actually be a really big contributor to helping with the climate crisis. I think there's at least 3 ways. One is optimizing existing infrastructure. So we did that already at Google, where we reduced the amount of cooling, the cooling systems within the Google data centers used by about 30%. We've now generalized that to, and it's available on Google Cloud for all building controls. And we're running a bunch of pilots, and it looks like we can save 20 to 30% of the energy used by an office building through more efficiently controlling the air conditioning and heating and so on. So, that could be huge if you think about rolling that out globally. It's about 6% of the world's emissions are building office emissions. So, and I think AI could optimize many existing infrastructure, which would almost be for free because it's just software on top of existing infrastructure. Secondly, I think it's like making better predictive models of climate and the weather. We've just built a rainfall prediction system that's better than anything the UK Met Office has. And then thirdly, it would be accelerating new technologies. So things like material science, also the work we do on proteins could help potentially, and things even like fusion and plasma containment we've worked on. So I think all of those 3 areas could be accelerated by AI.
Demis, what can contribute most to the acceleration of AI adoption and capability? And I don't know whether, for example, for AlphaFolds or Isomorphic Labs, you have a time frame on which you want to, solve certain drug situations.
Yeah, we always have sort of near-term plans, medium plans, and then very long-term plans. We've had that from the beginning. We had a kind of 20-year plan when we started with DeepMind, which we're about halfway through now, and on time. The same with Isomorphic. With AlphaFold, we've already open sourced that and released it free for any use, commercial or academic, because we felt that was actually the quickest way to get the maximum benefit for the scientific community and humanity. And we actually partnered up with the European Bioinformatics Institute, based in Cambridge, and they build the best database tools for the biological research community, and we hosted all the predictions for all 20,000 proteins in the human body. So that's the human proteome, it's called, is sort of equivalent to the human genome, but with proteins, and that's all available with 20 other model organisms. So over 300 structure predictions are on that database. And we've been really amazed and pleasantly sort of surprised by how quickly the entire biological research community has adopted that. In fact, 300,000 scientists have already accessed the database, which I think there's only about 300,000 biological researchers in the world, so perhaps every single one of them has already looked up their favorite protein in our database. So it's amazing to see that kind of impact. And then Isomorphic is going to sort of look more carefully, specifically at drug discovery process. So things like small molecule design, binding affinities, so more directly to do with the drug discovery process, whereas AlphaFold was more about the fundamental biological research questions.
Demis, a final question, how does AI, first of all, fit in the metaverse, and what's your AI utopia in 5-10 years?
Yeah, so AI in the metaverse is actually a funny thing, because I feel it's gone full circle with the metaverse. I used to start my career before DeepMind designing computer games and writing AI for computer games. And obviously, the metaverse is the sort of next evolution of gaming in some ways. And I think AI's got a big place to play there in terms of creating compelling avatars or characters within the metaverse world that you can converse with and interact with and perhaps advance stories and other things with. So I think actually there's a huge amount that AI is going to bring to the metaverse. And ultimately, my hope for AI is that we'll use it to, over the next decade, we'll start seeing it really materially contributing to some of the biggest grand challenges facing us as a society, from disease to climate.
Demis, thank you so much for joining us today.
Thank you. Thanks for having me.
Welcome our moderator, senior writer from the New York Times, David Lenhart, and his panelists, CEO of Roche Pharmaceuticals, Bill Anderson, CEO of Illumina, Francis D'Souza, and President and CEO of Caribou Biosciences, Rachel Howitz.
Good morning, everybody. I want to start by reminding you to submit questions through the New Economy Forum app so we can practice the wisdom of crowds here, and I'm not the only one who gets to ask questions. I'll be getting your questions right on here, and I'd love to ask them. So let's dive right in. Francis, I was reading you talk about how this pandemic, obviously a global tragedy, has had at least one silver lining, which is it has accelerated, as you put it, the world of genomics by several years. Can you talk a little bit about what you meant by that, and particularly what the tangible manifestations are for all of us?
Yeah, it really feels like in the world of genomics, the last 2 years have moved us forward, maybe 5 to 10 years in a number of ways. In fighting infectious disease, for example, 2 years ago, there wasn't really the idea of having this global surveillance network to look for early outbreaks. In fact, all we did in genomic epidemiology was, and we did this, a few years ago for Zika, we'd fly into, in that case, maybe Congo, we'd spend a few weeks understanding what was happening and then fly out again. And really, that's changed with the pandemic, where we realized not only do we need an early warning system to identify where outbreaks are happening, but then we need to track an outbreak to see how the virus is mutating, because that has policy implications, that has implications on the tools we're using in the vaccines. And so we're emerging from this pandemic with an understanding that we're now going to have this global genomics pathogen surveillance network. And without the pandemic, that's an idea that we'd have got to, but maybe a decade out. we're also seeing the emergence of genomic-based medicines, right? So if 2 years ago, when we talked about the era of genomic medicine, we'd have talked about N of ones, individual cases where gene-based therapies were used to fight things like sickle cell. But now we've had, in this year alone, 500 people around the world have got mRNA vaccines. And so you've started to see the acceptance that genomic-based medicines are going to play an important part going forward. And it's not just going to be for infectious disease, but we're looking at mRNA therapies now and vaccines for, cancers and other infectious diseases. And so we've accelerated that. We've also accelerated the public awareness of genomics. Like, now people are talking about, variants and mutants and mRNA. And so on a number of levels, we're seeing that, we're getting out of this pandemic and we're emerging effectively, in my opinion, into this era of biology and the era of the genome.
Rachel, how do you think it's going to affect people in everyday lives? Meaning 10 or 20 years from now, what sorts of things do you think will be treatable in a fundamentally different way than they are today?
I think the vision, the dream, is that over that time period, patients can look to not only traditional small molecule drugs and antibody drugs, but a third class of medicines, genetic medicines, whether it's mRNA, cell and gene therapies. I think there's tremendous potential to use really targeted approaches to hit at the underlying genetic causes of disease in a way that we really haven't been able to broadly until now.
Bill, you have, given all that you all do at Roche, both diagnostically and in terms of treatment, you have a view of this from so many different angles. What's your sense of how diagnosis and treatment will be different in the 2020s and 2030s because of this pandemic?
Because of the pandemic? Well, first off, let's acknowledge that if this pandemic had happened even 10 years ago, so many of the technologies that have been vital in both creating diagnostics and in treatments, vaccines, they weren't there, or they weren't developed and on a big scale. So people maybe take for granted how fast the life science world reacted. But I think if you fast forward that, as David and Rachel mentioned, there's many things that go on beyond infectious diseases that you can target. So for example, mRNA vaccines, we've had a 5-year collaboration with BioNTech on mRNA vaccines for cancer. So the idea is you would have a sample of the tumor, of the patient's tumor, and you look at what are some of the proteins on the surface of the tumor, and then in the same way that the spike protein is targeted with the COVID vaccine, you basically create a customized vaccine for each patient that has, where you're basically generating RNA that produces those proteins from the tumor so that the patient's own immune system attacks the tumor.
Wow.
And this is in the clinic now. It's going to take some tuning because you have to figure out which antigens are the ones that are going to drive the most sort of activity of the immune system. But this is happening.
One of the things that it's clear is that we have access to a whole bunch of treatments that often arrive too late for people, right? Whether it's colon cancer, whether it's breast cancer, whether it's prostate cancer, all kinds of, that if we had caught it earlier, often we could have turned it into something that was actually quite treatable and quite manageable. Francis, can you tell us a little bit about what you're doing around pancreatic cancer and some of these others right now? Because to me, when I heard about that, it helped me understand really how much of a difference some of these diagnostic tools could make.
Yeah, you're absolutely right, David. One of the things that we know in things like in diseases like cancer is if you catch it earlier, you have a better chance of survival. Now, cancer kills 10 million people every year, and we know that if you catch a cancer earlier, even for a deadly cancer like pancreatic cancer, if you catch it at an early stage, you could have a 5-year survivability odds of greater than 90%. But if you catch it late, it can drop to less than 10%. The challenge is we don't have a screen or a diagnostic for most cancers. And so 71% of the people who die from cancers for which there is no screen. And so, the goal we were shooting for was to see if we could identify cancers early. And so this June, we launched a blood test called the Grail Gallery test that can identify 50 types of cancer across all stages. So that came out in June, and we're starting to hear, sort of the feedback, and a couple really stuck with me. One was a story from a clinical oncologist who was talking about the fact that one of her patients did the test. A man in his 50s, healthy, had just done a colonoscopy, it came back clear, but he did the test and they found a stage 2 pancreatic cancer. And she was saying that in her entire career, she's never seen a stage 2 pancreatic cancer because there are no symptoms until stage 4. Now, this gentleman was able to get treated, he's healthy, his prognosis is excellent, and that's something she thought she'd never be able to say in her career. Somebody who had been diagnosed with pancreatic cancer is now healthy. And so the big opportunity here is catch it early, and there's a double win, because not only are you saving lives, but it's actually much cheaper to treat a cancer early than it is to treat a cancer late. And so that could be a really big model for us going forward, which is let's catch it as early as possible, where it's the most treatable and actually the most inexpensive to treat.
That ticks just a little bit of skepticism in me, but I think you have an answer. It's cheaper to treat it earlier?
Oh, much cheaper. Because what happens is, sometimes in early stage, surgery can be curative, right? If you catch it early, you can cut it out. And so the options you have are much broader if you catch it earlier, before it's metastasized and is throughout a person's body. And so you could go from a situation where treating a patient at a late stage costs hundreds of thousands of dollars, whereas if you can catch some cancers in early stage, it's tens of thousands of dollars. And in one case, it could be curative. In another stage, you're extending life by a few months.
What do you see as some of the biggest opportunities, Bill, in terms of these early diagnoses changing people's lives?
It's absolutely true what Francis said. If you're diagnosed with cancer and it's already spread to other organs, then chances are you're going to receive therapy until you die. And now, fortunately, we have some pretty good therapies. And so in some cases, metastatic cancer patients can live for 3, 5, even 10 years on therapies, but it's very expensive. If you catch it early, then you have a chance to really eradicate the cancer, either by surgery or a combination of surgery, radiation, therapies. I think the opportunities of screening are enormous. The challenge is that with screening, you also can have a lot of false positives.
Yep.
And then you can miss tumors. So, and I know, Francis, you're an expert at this. I mean, the name of the game in screening is you've got to increase the sensitivity and the specificity. And so I think this is what Francis is embarked upon now, is the beginning of something that will be, surely evolving for, who knows, 100 years. Because what you want is basically you can capture everybody's tumor with a simple blood test before it's grown, but not generate false positives. Because false positives means lots of people getting all kinds of workups and medical interventions where there's actually not a tumor, or nothing concerning. But there's no doubt this is a very promising field. But in addition, you need, in addition to finding the tumor, you need to know what to do about it. And maybe it's just surgery, but it could be surgery with some sort of customized therapy, a therapy that's targeted to that individual tumor, and especially one that harnesses the immune system so that you have sort of an ongoing surveillance.
Rachel, can you talk for a minute about CRISPR, which I know is a big part of your career? Maybe it's Walter Isaacson's book, but I feel like a lot of people have a sense of CRISPR, but probably most of us don't quite know as much about CRISPR as we would like to. So can you help us understand exactly what it is and how it plays into some of the potential that we've just been talking about here?
Yeah, absolutely. So CRISPR is a technology for genome editing. So basically the ability to go inside of living cells and precisely change DNA sequences. In a very simple way, I think of it as sort of Microsoft Word for the genome, but it's not quite as sophisticated as Microsoft Word. We effectively have a delete key and an insert key. So fundamentally, we can remove a gene or insert new genetic material at a specific location in the genome of a cell. So this kind of technology has incredibly broad potential. I think most relevant to the conversation we're having right now is actually related to what our company Caribou is doing, where we use CRISPR technology to engineer T cells, part of the immune system, to develop cellular therapies that can actually act on very specific kinds of tumors. And so we rely on the work that we just heard about, diagnostics that can tell you not only the kind of tumor, but the molecular signature. What are some of the proteins that sit on the surface of that tumor cell? And then we can engineer T cells to find that molecular signature and hopefully kill off those tumor cells.
And can you just tell us a little bit about your personal background with CRISPR?
Sure. I was the first graduate student in Jennifer Doudna's lab at UC Berkeley to work on CRISPR. This was back in the dark ages when there were 3 scientific manuscripts that had been published on the science. It took me about 45 minutes to get up to speed. I'd say it's impossible to read the literature today. There are thousands of papers that have been published. So I feel very lucky to have contributed to some of the field's initial work to really understand these proteins. And now our company is hoping to use them in the development of new therapies.
How did you end up working in that lab?
By luck. It was one of the labs that was working on RNA, which I thought was a fascinating molecule. And Jennifer pitched me a project on CRISPR, which I'd only ever heard of once before. About a week previously, there was a question on one of the exams I took that asked, what is CRISPR? It was an open textbook exam, and I'm flipping through. There's nothing about CRISPR. I made something up and got it wildly wrong. So when she pitched it the following week, I thought, sounds pretty cool. And I've been working on it ever since.
That's great. Bill, you mentioned the downsides of false positives, right? It seems to me there is another downside, kind of a macro downside with screening. And obviously it's a cost that doesn't outweigh the benefits, but it does seem like something that we should grapple with a little bit. When we think about, there are a whole bunch of medical technologies that it seems to me do enormous good, but that we also overuse. And that there are real problems with overuse of medical technology because they add to the kind of cost disease of healthcare, which prevents many medical treatments from being accessible throughout the whole world. They've contributed to income stagnation in the United States and Europe. And I don't want to take us down to a specific debate about one, but I think many people would argue that cardiac stents are a miraculous form of intervention, but that we probably now overuse them, at least in the United States, putting them in large numbers of people. Even if you disagree with that specifically, I assume you all would agree there are examples of things that we overuse. How do we prevent the problem? I think prostate cancer is another example. How do we prevent the problem where, because we've screened something and someone sees, wait a second, I have this marker or I have this risk, how do we prevent a situation where we always jump to the most intensive, expensive treatment, even if it's not the best treatment?
Yeah. Honestly, I think in this case of cancer screening, if we can get the appropriate levels of sensitivity and selectivity, that won't be a big issue because just the economics and the health good you can do are so compelling. I mean, just think of it this way: if you're 30 years old and you're diagnosed with stage 2 pancreatic cancer, you can have a surgery, remove it, and which is not a particularly complicated procedure, and you can have a normal life. If instead that tumor grows another 3 years and it's stage 4, you're basically, you've got, I don't know, 6 or 12 months to live, during which you're probably going to get chemo. So in other words, you're going to get more expensive therapy and you're going to die, versus a less expensive therapy and you live. And so that, I mean, I think that's pretty compelling. I think the bigger issue of waste today in healthcare, well, full stop, I think supposedly about 25% of healthcare is wasted. That's what the experts say. I think it could be higher. I think medicines, a guess, is somewhere between 30 and 70% of patients who are treated with a medicine will not benefit from it. I mean, if you can use testing and better targeted therapies to stop that, I mean, the good you can do for human health and for healthcare costs is enormous. So I really think it's true that there can be over-testing and over-intervention, but that's not our biggest issue today. Our biggest issue is not good enough testing, not appropriate testing, and not appropriate use or appropriate targeting of medicines. And I think the good that can be done there is enormous.
Francis, do you have any thoughts about how we make sure we do appropriate testing rather than the kind that leads to the 30 to 70% of medicines that don't?
Yeah, I think Bill's hit the nail on the head, which is, look, today the wastage in the healthcare system is primarily around giving people the wrong therapies. And so if we can, so for example, and Bill touched on this, in the US today we spend about $30 billion a year on adverse drug reactions. About a third of those could be avoided if you understood the genome drug, sort of interaction. And so the work that Rachel's doing, the work that Bill is doing from a therapy perspective is really around creating targeted therapies to understand what therapies will work for whom. If we play this out 10 years, I think a lot more therapies will be targeted. Today, for example, we know that, and the numbers are staggering, but the vast majority of people have mutations that mean that common therapies won't work for them or will generate adverse drug reactions. There are people today taking statins or blood thinners or anti-clotting medication that just frankly won't work for them because of their genomic profile. We should all have our pharmacogenomic profile. One of the people I work with knows, for example, that his body would cause him to go into sudden cardiac arrest if a common type of anesthesia was used on him during surgery. So what he does now is when he goes into surgery, he tells his doctor, like, don't use this, use this other thing. The reality is we all should be doing that, and that generates not only a huge amount of waste, but it generates a huge amount of human suffering in the system too. And blood-based diagnostics especially are great because they're cheap and easy. So for example, if somebody has, my dad's in his 80s, if he does the blood test and finds a cancer that's still growing, it's super easy for the doctor to say, come back in 6 months, come back in a year, we'll do another blood test and see if it's really progressing. And so I think the idea of getting more earlier, sort of blood-based diagnostics, this is a great one to even eliminate some of the over-testing that happens.
With all of these, I mean, one of the byproducts of progress is often inequality at first, right? We see it from the Industrial Revolution, we see it from Asia's revolution, economic revolution of the last half century. How do we make sure that we can minimize some of the inequities? And it's a subject that particularly weighs on me right now. I mean, if you go and look at one of the maps that any number of publications is producing on vaccines by country, it really is an indictment of the world's ability to deliver equitable treatments. I mean, I understand why in the first weeks or months it would have been inequitable, right? But at this point, it's still so inequitable. Rachel, when you think about this, how do you think we can make sure that we don't perpetuate and even aggravate inequities through these advances?
It's such an important question, and access is key. And so as we look at the kinds of cellular therapies that we're working on, that's actually a huge part of what drives us to take the approach that we are. So today in the United States and a small number of other countries, there are approved therapies where patients can have a cellular medicine that is manufactured from their own T cells. So to treat them, a physician would actually take some of their blood, take it into the laboratory. 2 to 6 weeks later, they would get a vial shipped back to them, and they would receive a product that had been made from their own cells. For some of these patients, it's literally life-saving. It is miraculous what it has done for them. However, it's incredibly expensive, it's very costly, it's very time-consuming. That doesn't scale in a way that you think about traditional drugs being broadly available. As you think about access, it's actually quite limiting, even from a scientific perspective. These are incredibly sick individuals. Many of them simply don't have healthy enough T cells to even start that manufacturing process. Those who do, some cannot live long enough to wait for that product to return to them. And so what we're focused on is using genome editing to develop the next generation of these kinds of therapies, where instead of starting with the patient's own T cells, we can go to a healthy donor and use those healthy T cells. And then one manufacturing run results in many doses that can be used for many patients instead of that, one patient to one patient manufacturing cost. And so that starts to scale these therapies in a really important and profound way, increasing access and driving down the cost of manufacturing them.
Bill, how do you think about access and equity?
Yeah, I mean, this is an area that, frankly, I think the life science industry hadn't contended with very significantly until just recent years. And I think we have a long way to go, but there's some encouraging signs of progress. Even in the pandemic, we had an instance, we were testing one of our medicines called Actemra, which has subsequently been approved as one of the therapies for treating people with COVID pneumonia. And but in the early studies, so we started doing a pivotal study, and it was in all the kind of the normal places, big academic medical centers, which frankly are underrepresenting minorities and not, but whether it's underserved populations in the West, but also countries that are underserved. And as we started that pivotal study, we said, this isn't real world in a way. We want to see what happens in a lot of the patients who are getting COVID who are from these underserved minorities. And so we set up a separate pivotal study called Impacta that was basically in general hospitals in the US, in some countries in Africa. And what was very interesting is we found is it was harder to set up the study in those centers because those hospitals were not as used to doing clinical trials. But in the academic medical centers, our study was competing with like 30 other studies for accruing patients. In these underserved hospitals, once we got the study set up, we would get all the patients. And so we were actually able to enroll that study much faster than our original pivotal study, and we got a result that was very important. So I think that was a lesson for us that not only would we be doing good, but we can do well with it. And I think we're certainly going to do a lot more of that in the future.
It seems to me in some ways the speed with which we have moved during COVID has been miraculous, right? I mean, the scientific speed of the vaccines has just been amazing. In other ways, it does feel like we need to get more nimble, right? Whether it's this example that Bill just gives, whether it's getting vaccines more widely around the world. Francis, not just about COVID, but generally from a policy perspective, what do you want to see happen so that the delivery of healthcare and the research of it can become a little bit more nimble than it is today?
Yeah, you're absolutely right. It's one of the lessons we learned from the pandemic are the things that need to change. So we talked about the equity point, and I think we certainly in the developed world need to make sure that we are more globally, more equitably distributing access to this life-saving medicine. It's especially important in targeted therapies and genomics because these are learning technologies. And so, for example, over 70% of the genomes we have today are Caucasian genomes. What that means is, as we're developing therapies that are more tuned to Caucasian genomes. And unless we distribute this more globally, we're systemically building that bias into our medicine for the future. And so we need to change that. We need more Asian genomes, we need more African genomes. We need to take that challenge on as companies in this space, as countries in this space, and make sure we're getting the technology out. We also need to absorb that we're all interconnected, and that was a lesson of the pandemic, which is what happens in one country impacts all of us. And so, the data sharing that came through this pandemic has been fantastic to watch. GISAID emerged as a tool that was a free tool by this terrific entrepreneur that became the tool for data sharing that the entire globe depended on. That worked, but we needed more industrial scale in a lot more areas. We need better data sharing. That was essential to get us through this pandemic. And so there's an interconnectedness that we need to understand. And if we can help solve problems earlier, that was another lesson of the pandemic, that the human brain doesn't understand exponential curves. And one of the things about an exponent is if you catch it early, it's much, 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 much better. You can, and we should take on as a commitment, this may not be the last, it won't be the last outbreak we see, but it can be the last pandemic we see. But that means we gotta catch things very, very early, and that's true of infectious disease, and it's true of cancer.
Rachel, I want to ask you a question from the audience here, which relates to something I've thought about. Can you talk a little bit about the slowness of a lot of academic research? There's been this fascinating thing that's happened called FAST grants from Tyler Cowen, an economist at George Mason, and Patrick Collison, the CEO of Stripe, where they've tried to fund things more quickly. How much of a problem is it that academia and NIH often seem to move very slowly?
Yeah, it's a super question. I'd say there are probably many elements along the way that impact the timelines of fundamental basic research. It starts with access to capital, which can take months or years, depending on the funding mechanism that a lab is looking for. I think the next piece is the work itself. So the work that we do in our organizations are trying to win or solve problems. We're able to pull together incredibly large collaborative groups of people inside our four walls, across other organizations, who together can move incredibly fast, incredibly nimbly, and solve problems that none of them independently can. Certainly my experience in academia was quite the opposite, right? You live or die based on your own personal publication record. You're motivated not to collaborate. And so that fundamentally means your own science is often much slower. And that's a feedback loop, right? The reason you need to do your own research and your own publication is that's how you get funding, by demonstrating your track record. And then there's a final piece, which is the actual data sharing, the data publication. Sometimes the peer review process can take months, sometimes even more than a year. And so it takes a very long time to get a lot of that research out and then be used by the rest of the community. I'm really excited about a lot of what's happened during the pandemic, where there's a lot more proactive data sharing. It comes with a special filter though, right? If it's not yet peer reviewed, you have to look at that with an extra grain of salt and understand how to interpret those data and what to do with that information.
I want to try to get through, we have just a few minutes, a couple quick questions. Bill, why is it so hard to get a rapid COVID test in the United States? Why can't I get Roche's test in the United States?
You know, honestly, I think the pandemic has tested the limits of the regulatory bodies to approve things because of just the number of things that have been coming at them. You know, there have been literally hundreds and hundreds of companies, some of whom didn't even exist 2 years ago, making tests. And the regulators, you know, they only have so many people who are qualified to judge these things. And so I think they've done an amazing job of doing it and doing it well, but it's not perfect. Because, you know, again, just think of, these are tests that were coming along, you know, I don't know, let's say there were 20 new tests in virology a year. I'm making that number up. But then in the last 2 years, instead of there being 20 a year, there have been, you know, 50 a month. It's the same people that have to do the job. And frankly, when something has the FDA, the EMA, another major regulator seal of approval, it's expected to be first rate. You can't say later, oh, we approved this, but you know, we kind of goofed because we were overwhelmed at the time. That doesn't really cut it.
Since they don't regulate me, maybe I'll be a little blunter and say, it seems to me Europe's done a better job than the US. And that's why it's so much easier to get tests like yours in Europe. Do you disagree?
No, I don't think you could say that.
Okay.
I think it's just different. Different regulators have put emphasis in different places. And I honestly, in testing in particular, I think it's been huge. People expected, there were unrealistic expectations. You know, so for example, let's say the average person was getting one virology test a decade. And then there was this expectation there was going to be enough for every person to get one test a week, right? You know, you can do the math on that. Those
are different numbers.
Yeah, exactly. That's a 500-fold increase in virology tests. You just can't do that.
Yeah.
This is hardware. It's not software, right? I mean, you got to make the stuff, and you can't go from 1 to 500 in 2 months' time.
Last two questions. The first one from former U.S. Ambassador Curtis Chin. To what degree does rethinking medicine require rethinking the present system of patents and intellectual property rights in order to address issues of access and across borders? For anyone.
Yeah, I think there are other bigger issues that are in the way. I think the way the patent system works, and it's not perfect, but what it does is it incents lots of investment, which is a good thing. What I think that we need to address are, you know, the will to share life-saving technologies from a national perspective, to say, look, where life-saving technology exists, we need to get them out. I also think that there's got to be much more awareness of the inequity of access on a global scale, but even nationally. One of the things we've done is we did a study in the US around access to genomic testing. And even where there is coverage, there are these vast deserts of underserved communities where it's by socioeconomic status. And so I think there's work we need to be doing, and I think that, I think, trumps way more, in terms of impact than anything around IP issues that we're having today.
There are going to be 20 billion vaccines delivered next year for COVID, okay? 20 billion. That's based on there being free enterprise companies with IP that have the money to invest in plants. If you take away that IP protection and you jeopardize that, we won't be ready for the next pandemic.
I mean, fundamentally, companies like mine don't exist without IP, right? It's critical to us to being able to raise capital to then take on the risk of developing these new kinds of therapies.
Last thing, will we be able to be tested for COVID at some point without having to have things stuck up our nose? This is an audience question. It's a good one to end on. Will there be a blood test? Will there be anything simpler?
Oh, I'm not sure. I'd rather have a blood test than something stuck on my nose. But I don't want it in my brain, I'll go. But yeah, there's throat swab tests now, and yeah.
Thanks to all of you. Thanks to the audience for the good questions.
Thank you.
Welcome Bloomberg Editor-in-Chief John Fraid and the co-chair of the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, Bill Gates.
Thank you very much. Oh, Bill, hello and welcome. Thank you very much for talking to the New Economy Forum again. We're all sad you're not here, and I know you are too, but thank you for doing this. I was going to take you through kind of two big questions and then like a third one on top. And the two main areas are how do we stop this current disease or try and how do we conquer it? And then secondly, how do we try and prevent future COVIDs? And then I wanted to ask you a bit about the sort of general effects you think this has had on society. But let's begin with this immediate one, which I know you've written about how do we conquer this disease now? And I know you've talked about 3 steps and things, but maybe you could take us through what you think a sort of realistic program on that is.
Well, the vaccines are very good news, and the supply constraints will be largely solved as we get out into the middle of next year. And so we'll be limited by the logistics and the demand. In a lot of countries, it's not clear what the demand level will be. Ironically, in a country like many in sub-Saharan Africa, where the epidemic hasn't been as visible, your demand for the vaccine, it's challenging to generate that, but we'll do the best we can on that. The other thing that's pretty impressive is that Merck and now Pfizer have oral antivirals that the Merck drug, we've been able to reformulate to get it to be less than $8. And so we'll be able to have anyone whose age or medical condition makes them have significant risk immediately begin what's called presumptive treatment as soon as they test positive. So between natural immunity, vaccine immunity, and these oral treatments that can scale up in a way that the antibodies never did, the death rate and the severe disease rates ought to be coming down pretty dramatically. And, by next summer, getting to be, say, quite a bit lower than the average seasonal flu level is, assuming there's no surprise variants, which right now the evidence is that's not that likely, but it can never be ruled out.
What do you think, you just mentioned next summer, what do you think victory looks like in this? Is it effectively taking COVID back? You also mentioned the flu. Is it effectively making COVID a kind of flu-like disease? I know it is, but is that the kind of version of what victory is in your brain?
Yeah, things are fairly binary. I mean, if, death rates from driving were 10 times what they are, people might think, wow, shall we do it or not? Flu is accepted. The, average years of life lost for both flu and COVID is about 8 years because it's so prevalent in the elder versus the young. And we accept about a 60,000 average per year right there. Now, I happen to think as part of the tools innovation to avoid the next pandemic, we ought to go and eradicate flu as well, because its mutations are another source of a significant source of future pandemic risk. But yes, the idea that economic activity will resume in full once you get to flu levels, it's very likely. Now, you'll have some hot spots where you'll still have to have non-pharmaceutical interventions or, huge incentives for people to get protected.
Just to push you a bit on the vaccination things, you have, if you look at the way that countries are dealing with this, you have two very different ways of doing it. If you're going to take two extremes, you could argue there's the country which I live in, Britain, which tends to have opened up a lot, relied on vaccination, and is taking a slight, we'll see what happens attitude at one end. At the other end, you have China, which is really clamping down, but actually closing things down. Where do you, when you look at those, what do you see problems with both? Or which sort of basic strategy do you have more trust in?
Well, any country that was able to do what China did and stop it early before it exponentiated up, where you had case rates, above 2% of population, that's a huge blessing that they were able to do that. That means they have very little natural immunity, and so they have to drive their vaccination coverage up dramatically before they drop sort of that wall that's allowed them to exclude infection from coming in. But they'll end up the epidemic, with, 100th the deaths per capita of most of the rich countries, and you've got to see that as largely virtuous, although...
But there is a difference, sir. There isn't. If you look at places like Singapore, New Zealand, Australia, they also have got very good numbers. The Chinese numbers are amazingly good, impossibly good, some people might say, but even if they're fibbing a bit, they're still amazingly good. What's interesting, though, is that China has absolutely doubled down on this strategy. By contrast, we're in Singapore, Australia, New Zealand. They are opening up a bit. They're going in another direction. The Chinese strategy would seem to require keeping things locked down for perhaps another year.
Yeah, so the question of when you reopen up is you'll see different strategies on that. So what you try to do is drive your vaccination rate up and get a mix of the antibodies and the antivirals in stock and train your medical system so that's available so your death rate is down. In the face of Delta, maintaining that wall is very hard. And many countries will now decide that between their vaccination rate and the antivirals, the benefit of allowing people to flow in and out of the country, particularly against what it's like to maintain against Delta, that it's time to open up. But the death rate even of those countries will be, say, a 50th of what it's been in lots of Europe. The UK is kind of at the end of the spectrum, where this fall, they kind of said, hey, let's act like it's flu. And they're, paying somewhat of a price in deaths, but, they are allowing people to do a lot of things. Even at, COP26 at the receptions, they'd make you wear your mask on the street where your risk was very low, but once people are in receptions, they were taking their masks off.
That is hard to explain, even to British people. and this government has explained a lot of things to us. If you look at, perhaps we can look a little bit, which I know you've also looked at, this issue of the longer term preparedness. If we have, we can argue whether China's doing the right thing or the wrong thing at the moment, but assume that what you say is right, and we push it back to flu-like levels. What, as a kind of world, do we need to do to prevent other epidemics coming along? Where do you see the main focus there?
Well, we need a few pieces. We need at the WHO level several thousand people who are experts in this and are totally dedicated to stopping infectious diseases and ready to go. And they'll do like germ games, like war games, where countries practice. And what those countries would try and be ready for is bringing up the diagnostic capacity even 10 times faster than, say, Australia did, which was one of the best. And then being able to implement the non-pharmaceutical interventions very quickly. Then we need better tools. If we'd had the vaccine even faster, if we'd had these oral antivirals, not now, but a year ago, and if we had a vaccine that was so powerful that it prevented breakthrough cases, which is now, those are a big part of these transmission chains. The science to do that, we should be able to conquer. So, literally for a few tens of billions, we'll build a set of tools within 8 to 10 years and a surveillance capacity at the global level, which will mean that for a pathogen like this, we pay, 1% of the price that we did this time.
Can I just push you on a couple of things on that? On vaccines, I'm intrigued. You've been involved in these for a long time. Did we get lucky with COVID with vaccines? Because a lot of people seem to think that the speed with which we developed a vaccine this time was lucky. It was obviously due to the skill of the people involved, but from a governmental, societal point of view, a lot of governments, Britain would be one very obvious example, were kind of bailed out by the unexpected speed of a vaccine. Do you think that's fair?
Yeah, we have 3 types of vaccines here. We have the mRNA, which, the inventors are appropriately lauded for the work they did 10 years ago. Yeah. Organizations like US DARPA and our foundation were funding that, but none of those vaccines had worked until the epidemic. So the fact that it didn't come, 5 years ago when mRNA would not have been ready, you could say that's luck. Then we had viral vector vaccines like the AstraZeneca or Johnson & Johnson. Those were invented about 8 years ago, actually partly through HIV and Ebola type efforts. And then finally, we had a class of vaccines like the Chinese inactivated, which we've been able to make those for decades and decades. And so if this had come 5 years ago, everybody would have probably made inactivated vaccines, which are not quite as good, but they work, and those could have been made in scale. So yes, it helped that mRNA was there, but it wouldn't have been the end of the world not to have that. And next time, we're really going to have some good vaccines that, we'll understand the duration and we won't have breakthrough cases like with the measles vaccine.
When you said you talked about creating this, you invest a few tens of billions of dollars and you end up with a kind of vaccine preparedness. Is that money going to come from foundations like yourself, or do you think it's actually do you think this time governments will actually spend the money?
Well, if you can buy an insurance policy that, costs the actual global surveillance piece, the 2,000 to 3,000 people, that's only $1 billion a year. The bigger number is all that R&D work. Both of those have huge benefits even when you're not in a pandemic year. So I'm a little surprised we're not yet focused on this. Yeah. Because, the US you'd expect normally to jump in with increased R&D. But, I think over the next year, if we keep reminding people that, this cost trillions and it killed millions, that this is going to be, the best insurance policy that anybody ever talked about, compared to defense budgets or, fire departments or earthquake preparations. This is very dramatically more effective.
You very eloquently put across the reason why governments should do this, but the question I asked you was, do you think they will, which is a slightly different one?
Yes, I think they will. I feel like they've been a little slow to come on to this, but the U.S. is often expected to lead on things like this, which we haven't done yet. But I'll
You'll chip in.
The voice of the foundation will be out there talking about what these priorities should be, and getting rid of things like the flu has huge benefits that that alone should be very exciting to people.
Even I would contribute towards doing that. On the underlying issue, you mentioned the word surveillance. One of this moves slightly into longer term consequences. Do you think people are now much more willing to hand over data, to let people look at things like health? I mean, you look at the origins of COVID, there was huge problems about where exactly it came, being able to work out all those sort of issues. And you've had endless anti-vax conspiracy theories and things like that. Do you think that on the whole, people have changed their minds about their willingness to hand over data when it comes to things like health?
Well, I'm not sure that, this was an interesting case test of people's trust in their politicians or their health system. And, statistically, we didn't do as well as I would have expected. In fact, I'm cited as some, mastermind of some evil plot in many, many cases. So, no, I didn't expect any of that. In some ways, the politicization of, taking vaccines and helping protect other people, you could almost say that's a step backwards. I hope vaccine acceptance for other diseases like measles is not reduced by this. But, a lot of people jumped in and took the vaccines, but a meaningful minority in most countries were led down a path of believing that not only, were there rare side effects, but that the vaccine wasn't properly tested or was part of some evil conspiracy.
It's interesting. I mean, even last night we talked to the Singaporean Prime Minister. You and I might disagree about lots of things to do with governments, but we would both vaguely put Singapore high up in the list of governments which have generally done a good job. But even here, you have 60,000 people who pretty much refuse to take 60,000 vulnerable people who have generally refused to take vaccines. Do you think that is a problem globally?
I'm surprised they have that problem in Singapore. I thought they had a lash for people who pop bubble gum. So I'm kidding. Boy, getting big compliance is hard. My main experience of this before the pandemic was our work on polio, where we have to get about 85% of the kids to take the vaccine. And from time to time, we'll get rumors that make it very, very hard to achieve that. And then we'll get trusted leaders to set an example and give what are, in this case, oral drops to their kids. We've been able to succeed in that to the point where now wild polio is only in Pakistan and Afghanistan. So, if you stick with it and talk to the right people, you can succeed. In the case of this pandemic, we want people to get vaccinated rapidly so that we stop those transmission chains up to the elderly who, the U.S. still is at over 1,000 deaths a day.
The other problem to do with trust, very obviously to do with surveillance and preparedness, is between governments. And without going into the details, China had a slightly murky role in the origins of this virus. Do you think that people now are willing to trust government? Would you trust governments to reveal things about viruses in the future?
Yes. The sequence of this virus was made available at record speed.
Much quicker than SARS. I agree with that, but there were still people complaining about it before it became sort of publicly available, I think.
you'll never be perfect at the start. You can imagine an epidemic starting in, say, DRC or Somalia, and it would be even more difficult to get going as quickly as we did. So, I wouldn't assume that we're going to do much better in terms of a little bit of confusion at the start in the future. A lot of the risk of a future pandemic comes out of sub-Saharan Africa. So we need surveillance systems that can work even when the local government is dysfunctional or not interested in trumpeting the information.
Can I ask you one last question, which I hinted at the beginning? If you look at all the kind of consequences that people are talking about because of this disease, and in this case I'm looking wider than just healthcare, what do you think the biggest, out of the various changes that people think they've detected, which is the one which most intrigues you? Which is the one where you think there really is something happening in society because of what has happened in COVID?
Well, the breaking of the assumption that you have to go on lots of trips or you have to go into the office every day.
Well, you're proving it at the moment.
Yeah, and the rush to innovate in that software, which, we're just very much at the beginning of how, Teams or Zoom or various software products help you out with that remote presence. So, whether it's doctor's appointments or types of education or just, 5 days a week, I don't think we know yet how people are going to take advantage of that. But for the first time, people are thinking, wow, to some degree, this works, and the software is going to keep getting better in ways that I think will surprise people.
Just one very quick thing on that. Education, one last thing. Education, I know you've always been interested in that, and you've looked at this, the idea of digital education and people really embracing that. Do you think that is, a lot of people have talked about health as a consequence of this. Do you think that is a bigger long-term thing? I remember years ago talking to you about the Khan Academy and things like that. But that type of adoption of online methods, do you think that's finally going to happen?
Well, the quality of online curriculum keeps going up, and our foundation is very involved in that. It's our biggest bet for education, is to have math curricula that's fun and interesting, and even if you fall behind and start to feel discouraged, that both the software and your peers and adults come in and help you keep that journey going. We need that. We need great improvements in the quality of education. What we've done so far mostly works for motivated students. So weirdly, the gap between the motivated student and the non-motivated student has actually arguably gotten bigger because the tools work so well for the motivated students. So the breakthrough that our foundation is now putting literally hundreds of millions into is how to use that interactivity and data in a way that you can motivate kids, have part of their self-image be, okay, this is valuable to me, it'll help me in my future. And so I'm an optimist about that, but it's still unproven how much digital curriculum can raise the average math education in any country.
Okay, thank you very much for talking to the New Economy Forum. I hope you now go back to life here, and we will continue in Singapore. Thank you very much. Bye-bye.
Thank you.
Dear Mr. Bloomberg, ladies and gentlemen, friends, good morning. It is a great honor to be invited to speak at the 4th New Economy Forum. On behalf of China Center for International Economic Exchanges, I'd like to extend warm congratulations on the opening of this year's forum. This world is now undergoing changes unseen in a century. The pandemic is still spreading around the world. Global industry and supply chains have been hit badly. The trends of protectionism and unilateralism are on the rise. World economy performance look warmly, and international economy, science and technology, culture, security, and politics face profound changes. By adopting pandemic control and prevention measures in line with national conditions, China is among the first batch of countries worldwide to step out of the shadow of the pandemic, resuming to normal life and production and realizing constant and stable economic growth. For the first 9 months this year, compared with that of last year, China's GDP and the total value of import and export increased by 9.8% and 22.7% respectively. But at the same time, China also faces pressures like pandemic resurgence in certain areas, weak momentum in economic development, and rising price of bulk commodities. In the new historical phase, Chinese government put forward development concepts of innovation, coordination, green growth, opening up, and sharing. We prioritize innovation as major strategy for economic development, encourage inventions by scientists and companies, enhance intellectual property protection, facilitate transformation of research outcomes, and spare no efforts to keep our economy on the path of high-quality development. China's innovation is an indispensable part of global innovation. Recent years have been witnessed the prosperous development of the biopharmaceutical industry in China, as numerous small and medium-sized biopharmaceutical companies that are innovation-based spring up fast. In 2020, there were 1,865 financing projects in the health sector, worth of 565.5 billion yuan of social investment. For its first 10 months this year, the number was 1,871 and 327.7 billion yuan respectively. Since 2018, Hong Kong Exchanges and the Clearing Market and Shanghai Stock Exchange have launched the Biotech Board and Sci-Tech Innovation Board respectively, and Beijing Stock Exchange was established recently. All these have injected new impetus to China's innovation. Profound changes faced by the world today bring out not only new challenges, but also new opportunities. As innovation plays a more and more important role in promoting the development of the economy and the society, we should seize the historical chance, conform to the trend of the times, and lead the new era of world economy with innovation.
Please take your seats. Our program will resume shortly. Please take your seats. Our program will resume shortly. Please take your seats. Our program will now resume. Please welcome to the stage Andrew Brown.
So I obviously haven't done a good enough job rounding up people from their coffee break. In any case, welcome back to our Cities and Healthcare Day. Next up, we have a panel on the vexed issue of truth decay, an all-star panel of journalists and a politician, looking at how eroding public faith in institutions, whether that's national governments, whether that's multilateral institutions, or whether indeed it's the media, perhaps especially the media, is hampering the battle against the pandemic and the broader struggle against climate change. We then have a panel on feeding the world, but first we're going to start with a message from UN Secretary General Antonio Guterres.
Let me begin by thanking Michael Bloomberg for his efforts and for convening this new economic forum. You gather as our world faces the greatest cascade of crises in our lifetimes. The COVID-19 pandemic has exposed the world's fragilities and injustice. For the first time in a generation, poverty and hunger are on the rise. And inequalities are increasing. Geopolitical divisions are disrupting international cooperation. Unregulated technologies are posing enormous new risks. A surge of mistrust and misinformation is polarizing people and paralyzing societies, and we continue to careen towards climate catastrophe. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, I see two overarching priorities. First, to end the pandemic for everyone, everywhere, we must ensure greater vaccine equality and a more inclusive recovery. Today, an uneven recovery is amplifying inequalities. More than 8 out of every $10 in recovery investment is being spent in developed countries, not in the countries in greatest need. And until we get serious about vaccine equity, recovery will be stuck at the starting gate. People in the richest countries are getting third doses of vaccine, while only 5% of Africans are fully vaccinated. This is both immoral and dangerous. Second, to keep the 1.5 degrees Celsius goal alive and avert climate disaster, we need more ambition on mitigation, adaptation, and finance. More ambition on mitigation means committing to carbon neutrality by mid-century and to concrete 2030 emissions reductions targets backed up with credible actions now. More ambition on adaptation means allocating at least half of all climate finance towards adaptation and building resilience. And more ambition on finance means developing nations finally seeing the promised $100 billion a year for climate action, fully mobilizing all resources available, including of the private sector. And the private sector has a unique responsibility and a pivotal opportunity to help secure a sustainable future. Many of you are stepping up. I encourage all of you to do even more to help lead the charge in transforming operations and industries, decarbonizing supply chains and investments, paying a living wage and closing the gender pay gap, and using your influence to promote green government action. We have a long way to go to make net zero and sustainability the core of everyone's policies and business models, and we must pick up the pace. I count on your engagement and leadership to ensure commitments lead to concrete action with credible timelines, targets, and plans. We have what it takes to turn things around, but it will take every one of us. Thank you.
Please welcome our moderator, media columnist from the New York Times, Ben Smith, and his panelists, Business Affairs Editor from The Economist, Patrick Fowlis, Senator for South Australia, Sarah Hanson-Young, Senior Writer from the New York Times, David Lenhardt, and Vice President of Caixin Media, Li Xin.
Well, thank you all for coming to be misinformed. And I'm really delighted to be up here with three great journalists and a politician who's thought very deeply about these questions. So yes, this is the panel on truth decay. If you're looking for the dental tooth decay panel, next room. But the phrase truth decay comes from a Rand Corporation study, actually, which I was rereading last night, and which begins by talking about the history of it, and by the yellow press in the United States in the 19th century, the rise of radio, which was this terrible scourge of misinformation in the 20th century. And I guess I wanted to start with you, Patrick. Are we in the middle of an epidemic of some new form of misinformation, or are we in a sort of moment of moral panic about something that's always been around?
Yeah, I think it's a really good place to start, because it's incredibly important not to be nostalgic about how the media and free press has worked in the past. And if you look at 19th century America, roughly mid-century, 80% of all newspapers, the dominant form of news, were controlled by political parties. So news was really a sort of form of political propaganda. You probably know this, but if you go a little bit further on in American history, you then had a very anarchic period of the kind of scurrilous media often peddling misinformation. So this sort of problem has been around. I do think we are in a kind of very new and dramatic phase of it, and behind that is the rise of the tech platforms, which have disintermediated both political parties and the traditional media itself. And there are some unusual characteristics about it. I mean, one is that while 80% of the users of Facebook and Twitter are not Americans, the rules are being decided effectively by American companies and American norms. Obviously, there's a kind of anarchic sense of disinformation and misinformation globally. But there are other strands of it. There are insurgent political movements using the new mediums to gain power. Now, if it's Emmanuel Macron, people tend to applaud it. People like us. If it's the Five-Star Movement in Italy or Donald Trump, people despair about it. And the last thing I think that is different and worth really thinking about is there is a huge push of state propaganda and censorship happening globally. Roughly 50% of the world lives somewhere where the internet is not free, and that number is rising sharply as governments use the pandemic as an excuse to push censorship. So all of those things are relatively new and different. If there is a lesson from history from liberal democracies, I think it is that one needs to be extraordinarily delicate and careful about policing speech.
So actually on that question, we have a poll that they've supplied on the most delicate and careful way to do it, to answer the crisis of trust, which I think they'll put up here behind me at some point, which you can answer in the apps, in the app, which is the options are tougher social media regulation, greater government transparency, stricter controls on money and politics, and actually it's overblown. And you can also, I would love to, if folks have questions, please send them in there as well, and I'd love to take audience questions, and you can put them in the app. Sarah, I think there are two, I think when you talk about misinformation, lies, however you want to call it, there are two big subjects, I think, right now that people are wrestling with COVID, in some countries more than others, and climate. And you're a Green Party senator in Australia, you've been really on the front lines of thinking about the media's role, particularly in dealing with climate. And I'm curious how you see it, how this conversation about misinformation, about social media, lines up with what you actually see on the ground in Australia.
Great question, and I think it's very easy to point the finger at social media for all of this, and I think Patrick's given a great summary of kind of, let's not be too melancholy about how things used to be. Politicians have always exploited the situation, and I think what we're seeing happening in tandem right now is the explosion of social media, and through those platforms, much of which is unregulated, people being able to spread fake news and promote it as if it's somehow fact or the information the politicians don't want to show you. But on the flip side, there is such great distrust in politics. And there was a poll survey in Australia only last month that showed that the trust of our national government as an institution is down to 30%, which is just horrifying. We're thinking about big crises like COVID, the pandemic, recovery, and now climate change. We want to be able to trust that our government is doing the right thing for the people, and when they speak, they're speaking the truth. And yet, in this whole situation, politicians have been able to go, okay, well, yes, there's a deficit of trust, or I think the decay word is actually even better, because it kind of brings home, it's not just that we haven't invested in it, or we haven't paid off the debt, we actually haven't been keeping an eye, monitoring, cleaning, really looking after what that important part of, particularly in a democracy, you have to have trust in government. So you have politicians who then say one thing one day and do another thing another, and it doesn't matter because, oh, well, everyone's telling lies on the internet, so who cares if the Prime Minister doesn't tell the truth? I think there's a really dangerous situation and nexus that we're heading into.
And is this sort of a new technical or media crisis of misinformation, or is this just politics?
Well, it is politics in the sense that politicians have always used spin, right? I guess the question is, when does spin become misinformation and deliberately misleading your community and your voters and the people you're meant to represent? In Australia, our Prime Minister came into question time holding a lump of coal. Have anyone seen that picture? And held it up in front of everybody on national television and said, "This is coal, do not be afraid," in the middle of a debate about climate policy. Now, that's a stunt, that's politics, but when it gets to a point of what the government's going to do on this horrible, dangerous threat of climate change, you've got the Prime Minister saying the one thing we need to deal with is not a problem. Well, I'd say that is disinformation. It's not just lying, it's a deliberate denial of the problem.
Okay. And David, to talk a bit about COVID, which you've spent a lot of time writing about, I'm curious how you see the phenomenon in the US, which I think is a much more straightforwardly social media phenomenon, at least to some degree. And I guess I'm curious, both what you see the causes of it among the people who aren't taking the vaccine, but also, is the other side, is sort of our educated, liberal, vaccine-taking population immune to these forces?
No, we're not immune to them. Now, they're not symmetrical, right? But it's one of these tricky things in which it's not 100% and zero, but it's also not 50-50. And I think we in the media often have a very difficult time with those stories, where it's not just one side says X, the other side says Y, who knows what's right, but it's also not black and white. And
but on the first part, what is wrong with Americans' brains on the ones who aren't taking it?
I mean, what's wrong with our brains is we're incredibly polarized from a partisan perspective. And so people tend to think, first, what team am I on, as opposed to what's right and what's wrong. And we've now seen this vaccine gap was not, at the beginning, it wasn't simply a partisan gap. It was more of an education gap than anything. And so you saw Democrats who hadn't graduated from college were also not getting the vaccine. That's largely gone away. It's now overwhelmingly a partisan gap, with Republicans not getting vaccinated, or more than half of them, and or a very large percentage of them, and Democrats almost universally so. Ben, the thing that you're talking about that we see kind of more on the left is we've seen an exaggeration and a misunderstanding of COVID risk in a whole bunch of places. So we've had colleges that have banned for periods of time outdoor exercise, right? Because they want to keep kids in their room at all times. That is counterproductive, right? I realize that Singapore has a mask mandate outdoors, but I don't think there's any scientific backing for an outdoor mask mandate. I've talked to people here close to the government, and what they've said is it's sort of a cost-benefit analysis. The cost of having one outdoors is so low that we think it's worth it. that's one take on it. But so what we've seen in the US is that I think a lot of people on the left have had a hard time thinking about the costs of interventions. And the way we saw this most last year was the closure of schools, which was even more heavily in what we call blue states. But we now see it in a bunch of different ways. And what's hard is, as soon as I'm saying this, I feel the need to say, I'm not equating the two. Refusing to take the vaccine is much, much worse than insisting everyone wear a mask at all times. But we still see a whole bunch of things on the left that are really not grounded in the science, even as people are putting up yard signs saying, in Dr. Fauci, we trust.
And do you think that, just since you used that word, how much of this in both of those cases is about trust?
I think it's about whom people trust. And so I think there are ways in which we end up in little circles, and I do think it's a lot about just trust. There was a very telling thing. There was a quite prominent anti-gun activist in the United States. And this spring, when cases were falling and the CDC announced that vaccinated people didn't have to wear a mask, this activist tweeted, "I'm going to keep wearing my mask just so no one thinks I'm a Republican." And so there's a way in which if people say, I so distrust the other side, I'm going to let that distrust define my behavior. I'm not going to think about what I actually need to do to stay safe. I'm going to look at the people I distrust, and whatever they're doing, I'm going to do the opposite.
Okay. And Li-Shin, you're the is the global editor and VP for Session, which is a great subscription business, by the way, which you should all subscribe to. But I'm curious, and we were talking earlier about this as to some degree kind of a business and business model question in the media, in social media, and I'm curious how you think about that.
So thank you, Ben, and for that free advertisement. And as I look into the best answers to the crisis of trust, I think it's important to add also an E, that media actually can do a better job. If we blame the social media for putting up the misinformation, disinformation out there, we trust the information we provide, and where is that? And are we leveraging the social media enough to get the information out? So one vivid example I remember is last year when the world was desperate about getting any information, practical treatment information about COVID. We organized several webinars. One is the frontline doctors, ICU doctors from China, and also infectious disease doctors from Singapore for a webinar. We are a financial and business media, and this is not our crowd. Just because of social media, we actually managed to get frontline medical workers from 40 countries to join that. And that was probably the most difficult panel I've ever moderated, because it's all about proning positions, incubation or whatever. There's very hardcore medical experiences, but I heard that some of the countries actually revised the medical rescue handbook after this. So that's unthinkable before the social media age. So if we can really use the social media, basically put our information out there, make our voice louder, I think that's something we can do instead of just blaming them. And another thing you mentioned, a business, it's very important for media as well to make sure we survive financially. And when the COVID hit, Warren is sitting there, the editor-in-chief of Straits Times. We joined several discussions among the publishers and the editors around the world and discussed what's the future of media, how hard are we hit in the COVID? Because many of them, David was asking, how often do you print? If you are relying on the printing revenue or advertisement, it's devastating. And we are lucky, and many of the media outlets are lucky, we set up the paywall. And paywall for us is not just a business model. Each time somebody hits the pay button, it's trust. You have more than 7 million people trust New York Times by hitting that button, and more than 1 million trust The Economist by hitting the button. And for Taixing, we are the first professional media set up a paywall in China. We have more than 700,000 people trusting us. So that gives us direct link with the readers. That also allows us to continue to do the job, to basically get the trustworthy information presented out there. So I think that's something as media, in addition to what we advocate for the changes in the government, in the society, it's something we can do ourselves.
Thank you. And so the poll results are back, and Sarah, I think this basically mirrors public opinion in general, which is there's a lot of interest in regulation and government action on information, on speech, and on media in ways that make me incredibly nervous, honestly, as a journalist. And I know you've been really just in the weeds of that, both on the sort of investigation of the Murdoch media, particularly around climate, and on the Australian code for how the social media companies are dealing with the legacy or the traditional media. How do you walk that tightrope? How do you have some kind of government intervention in media that doesn't just wind up with the party in power putting its thumbs on the scale?
I think that's something that we always have to kind of be conscious of, and I get the concerns around too much regulation if it's impending on people's rights to access information. But ultimately, when it comes to, I think, these social media platforms, and they've just gotten much further ahead of government and community expectations, actually. If you could say the things you say on Facebook about somebody and promote those threats online, but if you did it in the shopping centre, or if you walked into somebody's house and said that, rather than going onto their Facebook page, you'd call the police. So I think community is now, and parents in particular, but the community is saying, hang on a minute, this is not right. We're using these platforms essentially as essential services. They're how we communicate, it's how we get information from government, it's how we communicate with our businesses, it's how we buy services. So there obviously needs to be some form of regulation, because there has to be a set of agreed rules by which we govern ourselves in society. So I think, yes, let's be careful about it, but the notion that social media should be forced to kind of have some form of regulation, I don't think is a problem. It's just the balance of that. The concern I have, and this kind of swings then back to the role of government in this, is if the community and the people don't feel that they have trust in the government and in government institutions, then how do you trust that the regulations they put in place will be the right ones? The question around mainstream media and what role mainstream media have in all of this, I think, is important too. So in Australia, we've been living under this environment where the Murdoch press control the majority of Australia's media. We have one of the least diverse media landscapes in the world, and as a result of that, a big part of the population don't trust what is printed in the daily newspapers. So if you don't trust what's online, you don't trust what your government's saying, and you can't trust what's being reported in the newspaper, it's a free-for-all. And I think that's what we have to, as policymakers, that's what we have to struggle with and wrestle with. It doesn't help when then there is a erosion of good quality journalism. And that comes from, that obviously comes from a revenue base. And mainstream media now kind of doing to compete with those advertising revenue sources, such as online, having to do the clickbait. You don't have as much focus on good quality public interest journalism. And we need to find some ways to deal with that. Government needs to see and understand and help the community understand that investment in public interest journalism is ultimately good for them too. And I think from a political perspective, and just as an individual politician, I'd prefer people believed and had trust in the media that they consume, so that when they see something that is written about what I do and what I say, they can say, all right, oh, that must be happening, oh, that's good.
As long as it's a positive story.
No, I think even stories that criticise what politicians do, ultimately, it's about investment in your own in your own value to be believed by your constituents. So trying to control the media, or trying to just have positive stories, or control, or shutting down the media if they don't write things that you don't like, and that's not good for politics. And I think that the community knows, and voters know, when their politicians are lying to them. The problem is whether it's just become normalised.
Patrick, there was this pretty extraordinary series of leaked documents out of Facebook earlier this year, published first in the Wall Street Journal, and that, I think in some ways deepened our understanding of a lot of what everyone knew was happening inside Facebook in terms of their, decisions to essentially not address a lot of problems that people internally were flagging around false information, around content that was potentially hurting teenagers. It felt to me like that story hit in a way that some of these stories haven't, and I'm curious if you think that the landscape around regulation is changing, either as a result of those stories or more broadly. Like, are you starting to see governments, move toward some kind of regulation of Facebook, whether you like it or not?
Yeah, it's interesting, and I absolutely agree. I don't know if any of you read the Wall Street Journal stories, but I mean, they really were absolutely riveting. And in particular, the accounts of people, the one that really struck me, I used to be our correspondent in India, and Facebook, I think, did an experiment where they created a kind of normal Indian user who simply accepted prompts that they were automatically given, and within 3 or 4 days, they were being fed extreme religious violence, which is just an incredibly irresponsible thing to happen, I think. So I do agree. I think there's been a step change. I do also think that within the sense of something must be done, there's a very big and broad menu of stuff, some of which I don't really agree with. I mean, some people would support, the creation of kind of government or publicly owned equivalents, and being a Brit, I like the BBC, but I don't think it's really a model that can work globally. Some people would like kind of micro-regulation by the state of what appears on social media platforms, and although there is a role for things like defamation and obscenity, which even in the US are covered by the First Amendment, I don't think it should expand much beyond that. There's also this thing in the US of removing Section 230, which gives exemption from legal liability, which to my mind is a sort of punitive measure that doesn't really achieve clear goals. So, I mean, certainly our view, this is both my view and our take at The Economist, is really the best way for this to go is two separate things. One is actually self-regulation by the tech firms, where the adoption of more transparency about the algorithms, boards of accountability, systems of complaint, I think are very important. And in fact, that is how the media in the early 20th century dealt with the misinformation problem that existed then. It began to professionalize and have codes of conduct. The other thing I think is incredibly important is competition. So we have monopolies, and I think competition is important for two reasons. One is because if people have more choice, as you mentioned in Australia, there are more options. But also I think competition could ultimately create different business models that are less reliant on advertising, virality, sort of addictive behavior, and more reliant on subscriptions where people may take a more sophisticated view of what they're being given. And you may think that sounds a bit unrealistic, but one of the most interesting things that's happened recently is Apple's privacy settings have been changed, as you probably know, on ad tracking, and roughly 60% of Apple users who've been given the choice have chosen to opt out of that system. So I would argue in the long run, really what we want is a more competitive industry that provides better products rather than very heavy-handed state intervention.
So nobody's going to stand up for very heavy-handed state intervention here. David, I mean, there is certainly on the right in the United States, all this whole conversation about misinformation, all the kind of blue ribbon panels that are putting together reports, the Aspen Institute has one out this week, are seen as a broad conspiracy to suppress conservative speech in general and to get Donald Trump in particular. I mean, are they?
No.
I mean, I think that when the political right in the United States has plenty of access to the megaphone of the media, right? It is certainly true that a certain type of publication, the news side of the Wall Street Journal, the New York Times, that the people who work at those places are overwhelmingly on the left half of the political spectrum. And so that tends to get a lot of attention. But look at talk radio. Look at the cable TV that has the highest ratings. Even look in many communities at the owners of the local newspapers. These are not left-wing conspiracies. And so the political right in the United States still has a very, very good access to the benefits that the First Amendment provides. I think some of these reports are reflecting the fact that there is an objective problem. I mean, your question earlier, Ben, about COVID got at it. If you look at relatively basic questions of fact, like climate, like COVID vaccinations, we do have a problem on both the right and the left, but it is larger on the right. There is a greater percentage of Republican voters in the United States who believe things that are simply false. And I am defining that very narrowly. There is virtually nothing about abortion that is simply false, right? I'm talking about demonstrable things like, do vaccines kill people or do they cure COVID? Is the earth getting warmer? Where was Barack Obama born? And so I think people trying to grapple with this sort of disease of falsehood on the political right are doing a good and important thing that is not simply a conspiracy to prevent Donald Trump from being elected again.
It might have that salutary effect.
I mean, obviously Donald Trump's entire political history, right, begins with the combination of his fame from The Apprentice and his use of the birther lie, right? So this is not just another part of Donald Trump. It is the core of the Trump rise.
Right, and a certain kind of politics.
Ben, you said before, is anyone going to defend heavy-handed state regulation? I am not. But I simply would point out that if you think about just how much Facebook has come into our lives, Sarah, you mentioned this, things that are that big a part of our lives are always regulated. Railroads, healthcare, education, water. When you look at the role that Facebook plays in our lives, it's not like Bloomberg Businessweek magazine or the New York Times. It is much more important than a publication.
Could I just jump in there for a sec? I also think it's interesting that in this whole conversation about how mainstream media pay for their costs and advertising diminishing and having to go all online, they're crying out for government to regulate social media. But then when you talk about, okay, all right, well, how are you going? Are you actually up to your standard of quality journalism? What are you reporting on? Oh, no intervention, no intervention. So there is a bit of hypocrisy that goes on here, a bit of self-interest.
Well, we in the media industry are very grateful to Australia for beating the hell out of Facebook and causing them to give us all money. So thank you for that.
Well,
but if you could stop there, that's fine.
The point is, exactly, the point is actually I think we all have to be a bit more responsible. Murdoch, at least in Australia, and I watched what happened with Fox News from afar and Trump. So I find it extraordinary that you've got Republicans saying that they've got no access to, mainstream media. Like, what?
Do you think that sort of American free speech radicalism is sort of a problem in this conversation?
What do you mean?
That we're too wedded to this idea that the government can't intervene?
I think there is definitely a role for government in all of these conversations because there's a role for the community in these conversations. But I come back to the point that if the government or politicians or leaders of the day are exploiting that decay of trust, then they've got no legs to stand on. And if we want to see better kind of respect of the community and society through these new platforms and existing platforms, mainstream, old-style media, then politicians have to lift their game as well.
Thanks, and we have some good audience questions if you have last chance to submit them. One's about, and whenever, it's interesting, whenever there are these conversations about trust, one of the subjects that always comes up is local news, which I think everybody kind of intuits is deeply connected to this problem, even though it's not exactly clear how. And Lishan, I was curious, sort of how, I mean, the question is, you know, local news has been decimated from a business model standpoint in particular, and I'm curious sort of how you see globally really that is playing a role or not playing a role in this sort of conversation, which is so often about big national and global issues.
Let me pick up a little bit on the Facebook, and I'll move on to the local news because they are intertwined. When we talk about the social media Facebook problem, we talk about that as an American problem, as an Australian problem, as a UK problem before Brexit. It's playing out big in this region as well, and sometimes people ignore it and how big and dangerous and potentially dangerous that could be. Speaking of local news, the China News Asia, based in Singapore, covered a story yesterday and says the Pakistan hackers meddled with the accounts from the Afghanistan government workers before Taliban took over. And among the Facebook leak, you read about how the extreme inflammatory comments flooded in India, which is the largest market of Facebook and is rising. So this part of Asia, many countries in Asia has a young demographic changes and have a huge penetration of smartphone. If you compare the numbers, Singapore is about 88% penetration. Cambodia, a country of 16 million population, 124% penetration. So that's the community are getting online, getting to use Facebook, getting to use the social media. We have the TikTok CEO, Joe, I don't know if he's in the audience, but he's on the NEF. If you ask him, he can tell you how obsessed the young generation are with short videos. So they are there, the problem will come, and the problem is there already, while the scrutiny is much less than what we discussed about the West. If you read about the Facebook leak, out of the Facebook budget to monitor or to do the content monitoring, only 13% allocated outside US. And think about the impact they have in this region. So it's up. I think it's a story that maybe the global coverage might not cover so well, but it's definitely up for the local media, for the local public bodies, including the government, the civil society, community, and media, to pick it up.
Thanks. And you know, all the rest of the question I've gotten are sort of what's the solution? What's the silver bullet solution? Somebody here says that when they gave their family a newspaper instead of reading Facebook every day, their view of the world totally changed. Is there anything you see that makes you, just, we got a couple more minutes, anything you see that makes you optimistic?
Well, I mean, from my point of view, I think, I don't think we should desire a kind of quality media that's subsidized either by the state or by, you know, tapping the profits of the tech firms. I think that's actually a disaster. So what you really want are healthy business models, which are the ultimate guarantor of quality journalism and editorial independence. And I do think there is grounds for hope. We have a couple of people here from the New York Times, which has shown there's a business model that actually works, which a lot of people are replicating. There's also money going into startups that do quality journalism. And alongside the thing I mentioned earlier of a drift of consumers towards a more privacy-conscious and hostile attitude towards targeted advertising, I think that is ultimately the source of optimism, that the industry drifts gradually away from this particularly weird and dysfunctional business model we've had over the last decade to something healthier, and I think that is now happening.
Yeah, 20 seconds each on something that makes you optimistic.
I think, generally speaking, Australia and people right around the world want leaders to be clearer, more collaborative, and more accountable. And they're using whatever means they've got to force them to do that. And I'm optimistic that starts to filter through. The business models work if people feel like what they're getting they can trust, and what they read, they can honestly hand on to their friends, their community, and go, yeah, I believe this, and so should you. But ultimately, there has to be accountability. If there's not, then it's over.
Ben, you started here, but I think history is a source of some optimism. I mean, it's not like we've just had this wonderful media for all of human history. It's been deeply flawed. It's engaged in mistruths. It's often been a partisan media. I mean, the stories you read about JFK going back, and different models have worked in different points of history. It doesn't just have to be one model. A partisan press can actually work in a democracy. So can a nonpartisan press. I do think our current challenges are different because social media turbocharges everything. The number of people who read those lies about JFK was much smaller, and it happened much more slowly. So I'm not saying it's destined to work out, but I do think when we remind ourselves that these are not brand new problems, it is a healthy thing.
Got a last word, Shenli?
Well, I think when I talked with one of the editors at New York Times when Trump just got elected, and he says, we're lucky we have 4 years to figure out our business model. And obviously there is a Trump bump of the subscription of the New York Times, and when the COVID hits, we can see the hike of subscription for all the major mainstream newspapers and the media outlets. So that's something we have to cherish. I think continue doing the professional job, continue providing the high quality content, because that's the public goods we are serving, and that has increasingly a bigger value in the society, in the fast changing society. So have strong belief on that. And if we have to dance in front of TikTok, don't be afraid of that as well. So, I mean, this young generation has changed the model of information intaking. So we have to figure out a way, if dancing is not the right way, find us something that makes us familiar to them and accessible.
Please follow us on TikTok. Thank you so much for coming to this, and thanks for participating.
Thank you, Ben.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Please welcome our moderator, Bloomberg Senior Executive Editor and Head of Bloomberg Economics, Stephanie Flanders, and her panelists, CEO and co-founder of Pharmaline Group, Aloysius Atta, Chairman of the Board of Management and CEO of Bayer AG, Werner Baumann, Board Chair and CEO of Cargill, David W. McLennan, and founder and CEO of Grow Intelligence, Sarah Manka.
How do we feed the world? The tools we have as a planet for answering that question, like so much else we've been discussing over the last few days, have changed radically in the last 10 or 20 years. The technology, the underlying technology, the data, the intricate global supply networks have all changed. But we know that the climate, the environment has also been changing before our eyes, and it's changing almost by the day, making the challenge harder in many ways. We've already got crop yields severely affected by climate change in some of the most vulnerable economies, and the United Nations predicts average crop yields could fall by 30% if we don't change our planet. Could fall by 30%, even as the demand for food by 2050 increases by 50%. So that's the long-term challenge. But as I've increasingly realized talking to our panelists, there is a short-term crisis that actually many people in this room may not realize the severity of. We've been talking about food prices, but the crisis in the agricultural supply chain that has just unfolded in the last few months is now raising real questions, particularly for farmers on the ground. Not just the 30% rise in food prices that we know about, but fertilizer prices going to an all-time high. So there's that immediate challenge as well. But as one of the panelists was pointing out to me, and we think about solving both of those, how do we feed the world in this changing environment? We've got all pieces of that agricultural supply chain represented here. The science behind the resources that farmers use, the farmers themselves, people who work closely, someone who works closely with farmers, the businesses that get the food, the crops from farms around the world, and now the data we have to try and solve that question more intelligently. So I'm really excited to have, especially as an economist who doesn't know enough about this area, I'm also hoping to learn, which is always the great thing about this forum. Look, Aloysius, I mentioned at the start this crisis related to fertilizer prices that I think some people, at least in this room, would not be fully aware of. Just paint us a picture of that as before we sort of pull out and think about the longer term future. What's the situation right now? What's the challenge that farmers are facing today?
Thanks for the question. So I'll focus my opinion on small-scale farmers in places like Africa. The reason is that they are often not in the middle of most conversations, and they struggle to access high-quality fertilizer and seeds. Just to give context, fertilizers like NPK were invented like over 100 years ago. African farmers currently only are able to apply about 14 kilograms per hectare, while their counterparts in the rest of the world apply over 120 kilograms. So they struggle. But at the same time, they are tasked with this enormous responsibility of feeding 1/3 of the world today, and that responsibility is going to increase, come 2050. If you look at the situation happening in Madagascar right now, where for the first time in our modern history, where there is famine and there is fear of food insecurity for close to 1 million people, and this is not caused by war, but it's caused entirely by climate change. The time is now to come up with innovation and services that actually ensures that small-scale farmers in places like Africa actually get high-quality fertilizer and seeds on time and the support that they need to grow more food to feed the future.
And David McClellan, just thinking about, as I say, the short-term situation, how bad is it in terms of the supply chains, the more global supply chain?
I think the food and ag system has proven to be very resilient, perhaps surprisingly resilient. I think it underscores the importance and the benefits of an interconnected food supply system. So we've been able to get food from where it's produced to where it's needed, with some exceptions. There have been spot shortages, there's been disruptions, but you talk, Stephanie, about the impact of climate change, and you think about reduced yields. There's also the components of climate volatility, for example, increased hurricanes. So one disruptive event that we were impacted by was the hurricane that hit the Gulf of Mexico in Louisiana early in the fall, which we lost 2 of our facilities where we load the grain that comes down the Mississippi River, put it onto barges or to ships to get it out. And we were shut down for several weeks. We have one facility that is still getting up and running. So notwithstanding the inevitable natural disasters coming from climate volatility, by and large, the food supply chain has worked pretty well in the last year or so with COVID, but nonetheless, it's something we cannot take for granted.
Werner Bowman, I've talked about people at different stages of the supply chain. You're fundamental to the science, the products that farmers are putting into the ground. How has that piece of the challenge changed in recent years, but also longer term?
Well, I think first of all, we are witnessing tremendous advances in science that will ultimately give us better products that solve multiple questions that we are challenged by at the same time. And if I look at agriculture, there are three things that are really important. Number one is that agriculture has to become more sustainable, now more than ever. If you look at the massive impacts that climate change is going to have on all of us, and that means that that agriculture has to contribute its part to removal of greenhouse gases. So we have to find these solutions. I can give you a few examples on that. The second one is that we have to reduce the footprint that is being used by agriculture, while at the same time increasing yields, because as you mentioned, we need to produce much more food in the next 20, 30 years in order to feed a growing population. So 50% increase, while at the same time, as a minimum, not increasing acreage, but ideally bringing more intensification on existing acreage, while at the same time freeing up acreage for reforestation and carbon sequestration. And the last thing is that we have to find much more resilience in agriculture systems, which means better varieties that can stand drought, other properties that will make plants more resilient, and with that create better and more predictable harvests altogether. So the two examples I would give, since you also touched on fertilizer, is that fertilizer has been a real blessing to modern society, because without the invention of nitrogen fertilizer about 100 years ago, we wouldn't be able to feed the people that we have on the planet today. Having said that, after 100 years, there may be the next big revolution coming that is informed by biology on one side, biotechnology, and on the other side by artificial intelligence. That's what people call the biorevolution. And what we are working on specifically is to find ways to teach plants to fixate nitrogen out of the air rather than having it produced and then put on the acre, which is a huge contributor to global warming, because that alone accounts for about 4% of greenhouse gas production annually. The second piece that is equally important is when it comes to resilience of plants. In the 60s, there was one of the big then called green revolutions that was driven by the inventions of Sir Norman Borlaug, with a shorter growing and more resilient wheat that tripled the yield in India. Today we are working on something similar in corn. We are short stature corn, which is less susceptible to lodging, and which can be planted much more denser, and can also yield other agriculture practice, is the next big thing to come. And we've started that with some pre-production launches in Mexico, and we are scaling up over the next years to come. So those are the answers that we are working on with our people.
Sarah Menke, when we think about sort of squaring this circle, one conclusion I had from talking to you earlier, when I raised any of these fundamental questions, how do we square the circle between producing more food but covering less land and saving the planet? As far as I can see, your company had the answer to all of it. So where does data and where does Grow Intelligence come in?
Yeah, I mean, in some ways, I think the answer is capital, right? All of this is going to cost money. And that money comes with risk. And you have to price the risk associated with the capital that gets deployed. And the example I gave you was, I was, in my past life, an energy trader. And when I first started trading oil and gas, if a producer came and wanted to hedge oil 2 years forward, it was very difficult for us to go out into the market and sell that 2 years forward. By the time I left to start Grow, we could sell it 10, 20 years forward that funded all sorts of innovations in the energy market that made things like shale oil, shale gas possible. Gas prices went down, coal got priced out of the market, renewables became a possibility. But there was really long-term changes that happened because capital flowed well. Capital flows well when there is good information. And so data becomes necessary infrastructure for driving transformation and change, because this change is going to require lots and lots of capital and lots of long-term capital. And agriculture capital today is too short-term. I mean, I think that, and data is infrastructure. We just view it as a highway.
You know, probably Bloomberg is the one company that you don't have to give a lecture to about the importance of data and the power of data and transparency in pricing, in fueling a whole global company, let alone anything else. The capital piece, I know, Aloysius, that's one of the things that you're focused on trying to bring to farmers. So just explain that a bit.
Well, so most farmers, the only source of funding for most farmers in places like Ghana is mostly banks. Banks require farmers to bring some form of collateral in order to access capital. That alone is a limiting factor on how much money farmers can get. And farmers need money from a few things. They need money to access their fertilizer and seeds. And without affordable capital, without enough blended capital around, farmers are often constrained on the amount of fertilizer they can get to till their lands, grow more food, and make more money. So there's a massive opportunity, to fill that gap, and that's what Farmerline does. We've digitized over 1 million farmers, and we finance farmers, and we use alternative data sources to give us information about the farmer, and that allows us to take risk. And in giving them money to purchase fertilizer and seeds, that allows us to purchase their food crops at the end of the season so that they can make more money. But we're just one company, we can't do it all. So there's a need for governments, there's a need for DFIs, corporations to come together and find new ways to make capital affordable for farmers so they can be able to get all the tools that they need in order to grow more food to feed the future.
But how much is, so when Mrna Bowman talks about the technological solutions of how do you want to use less acreage, you want to reforest, you want to have how much does that figure in the day-to-day calculations of the farmers that you work with? Trade-off.
Yeah, it all comes down to training, and giving out information to farmers, right? So the biggest challenge today is that the information that actually exists is in English, it's online. It's not in formats that farmers can easily understand. And if you pass information down to a farmer and you don't train them properly, if there's no proper training, there can't be any change in behavior. If there's no change in behavior, there will not be any adoption. So the transition from old practices to climate smart practices actually slows down. So there is massive room to figure out a way to use digital tools to offer information to farmers in the language and the format that they can easily understand. Ghana alone has 58 local languages, 58. Nigeria has 200. So if you want to be able to communicate, how to use seeds well, how to, plant to reduce the impact of climate on the soil and farm, you need to be able to meet the farmer where they are. And local language is one of the ways to go. Giving them information in the language that they understand, leveraging the trust network that exists around farmers, the agents in their community, the extension officers. Those are still very relevant. And on top of that, digital tools can also serve as a way to remind farmers to take action at the right time. It's very, very important. Knowledge alone is not enough, but giving knowledge in a way that changes behavior, that's the only way to get the impact that we want in getting farmers to join the fight, to help reduce the impact of climate change on their work.
And Mrna or David, I think that, if you're sitting from a global perspective, often, certainly as an economist, the problem is often that the resources will go to the developed markets, you go where the money is. And actually, when it comes to certainly we know the environmental challenges is greatest in the places where perhaps the market opportunity has been smallest in the past or less obvious. So are we doing enough to help farmers do this kind of innovation?
Yeah, I think maybe I'm the specialist for the general questions here, and then hand it over to you, Dave. So, if we look at the universe of our customers, we cover the entire universe of farmers. Yeah, so whether it's smallholders in India or in rural Africa, where I agree with Aloysius, we have to do much more to train and to get them better tools, better products into their hands in order to increase their yields, the resilience of their farming operations, and at the same time giving them an opportunity to raise out of poverty. But we also deal with large farmers, large farm operations that are really industrialized. If you look at parts of North America or Brazil. So we have to have solutions for all of them, and then also make sure that we reach these farmers, either directly or through our networks, to bring the technology and the products that they can really make use of in order to improve their operations along the different criteria that we talked about. And that's what we are working on, what we are developing.
Yeah, I think, Stephanie, to your question, are we spending enough time and capital where it's needed the most? The answer is no. And particularly in Africa, I mean, Aloysius did a very descriptive was a very descriptive spokesperson of what can be done in Africa, for example. So years ago, I was in Zambia, where we had a farmer training program at the time, and they apply their fertilizer with a bottle cap from a soda bottle. And so you can triple and quadruple yields by, here's modern fertilizer technique. Here's when you should bring your crops to market. Here's how you can store them effectively. Here's modern watering techniques, building up berms to prevent erosion. But the scalability at a small scale, working with farmers, and so I've listened to each one of the panelists, it all comes back to the farmer, whether it's data or seed technology. To Sarah's point about getting better data to help, to Aloysius talking about training, that's where it begins. It's not just yields, but it's also in terms of sustainability, which is a topic I would imagine we'll talk about in a few minutes.
I feel like we're talking about it now. But, yeah. But Mrna, you mentioned Thomas Balog and the sort of tradition of green technology, of the green revolution, and continuing that. Obviously there's been stages in the last 30 or 40 years where that kind of innovation has been controversial. There have been questions about the impact of it. GMOs were the sort of latest round of that. I would say the debate's been reopened by the urgency of some of the challenges that we're facing on the climate front.
Yeah, that's an interesting one, Stephanie. The first question is, has that controversy been going on for the right reasons or not? And if you dial back to when the controversy around GMO began, it was actually a discussion that originated at Greenpeace when it came to the next big campaign, that you could spook most people with, and which better area to do that than with food? That's where it started, where they said, hey, we have to go after that or against that technology.
Whoever thought of Frankenfoods.
That's a fantastic fundraising opportunity, and what they did with it, and depending on who you talk to today, they will also acknowledge it, is that they prevent an awful lot of people from having the benefits of that technology. In particular, if you look at, for example, vitamin A enriched rice, golden rice, that has been deregulated and approved in a number of countries by now, that would have prevented many, many, many kids from getting blind because of that vitamin deficiency. So having said that, I think there's an increasing acknowledgement of how important that technology is for a number of reasons, also when it comes to sustainable farming practices. And what we see today, both with traditional GMO and then on the horizon, new modern breeding technologies, which means applying new technologies such as CRISPR-Cas gene editing for precision breeding that is quote-unquote nature identical and not transgenic. This is something that we see with, let's say, renewed openness, also when it comes to deregulation. And before we entered the stage, I was talking to Aloysius that we see that now happening in Africa, which is interesting, that Africa takes the lead with some of these approvals now in Ghana and Nigeria, where actually Europe is falling behind. We have it in North America, we have it in Latin America, and Europe, which has been a little bit agnostic to some of these modern technologies for the wrong reasons, is falling behind. But there's hope that we'll catch up also with new legislation that might be coming over the next years.
Just to follow up on that, does the pace of that innovation now need to change if the soil is changing and the climate is changing almost by the year in these countries? Is that something that...
It's not that dissimilar to the discussion we had before, or the panel had before on new medicines, and how fast you can bring them to market. Also in agriculture, you want to be sure that what you bring to market is fit for purpose, safe for the environment, and of course safe when it comes to food and feed. So there is that element of regulatory process that takes some time, also with field trials. But having said that, we have never been in a phase like the one that we are witnessing today in terms of advances of technology. And the convergence of technology that I was talking about before, when it comes to biotechnology on one side, and making better and faster informed decisions with the help of artificial intelligence. So that is at the front end very, very fast. And then certainly regulatory processes can be speed up on top of that in order to address the challenges a little bit faster going forward. Yes.
David, just on the GMO piece, I know it's not everyone's favorite subject, but when you talk about the long-term picture, does it have to be part of the story for all of the discomfort some have?
It absolutely does. So I'm about to start my 9th year in this job. So when I first started in this role, 2013, 2014, GMOs were the hot topic, whether it be protesters and literature, and we could not figure out why, because ultimately GMOs, they got branded Frankenfood, but ultimately they have been behind since the early part of the 20th century. Increased yields, increased access to food, increased farmer livelihoods around the world, and they're a tool for sustainability. But the dialogue, the storyline got into the system, which is they're bad for you, you shouldn't consume them. But things like what Mrna talked about, crossbreeding, or their mangoes have been GMO engineered since the 1960s, but I think people became fearful of them. To the follow-up, Stephanie, about soil health, you're absolutely right. And this next iteration, or I'll say the current iteration of sustainability in farming, has to include regenerative agriculture, whether it be no-till, whether it be crop rotation, but to improve soil health and use soil for carbon sequestration is becoming more so, and will become more so, part of the solution to improve farmer livelihoods and to improve the greenhouse gas footprint of farming.
Sarah Manco. I suspect you're going to say, and data is part of the solution to that as well. But you didn't set out wanting to solve the sustainability challenge. You were setting out just trying to predict what was going to happen with all these crops and everything.
Well, I think sustainability is a part of it, right? I always say I set out to figure out how to model agricultural markets on a real-time basis. It was that sort of simple. How do you model the real-time supply and real-time demand of every agricultural product on Earth every single day? That was the goal. Now, if you think about much of sort of the challenges we face as a society today, there's sort of a tension between the trade-off between economic growth and ecological preservation, and the cost that economic growth has brought to sort of preserving our environment. And if you're modeling supply on a real-time basis, you actually have to understand the earth, our soils, the environment, right? Sustainability has been part of agriculture since agriculture ever started, right? Like since the Neolithic Revolution, essentially. And so I think sustainability is a core part of the agricultural ecosystem. And so it's not the data as an answer, but that it is actually agriculture and people who understand agricultural markets, I would argue, probably understand our earth, the environment, and climate in ways that the average person in this world don't understand, because it's their reality every single day, right? And so I think there's a big role that the agricultural industry can play in sort of sustainability conversations, not just in sort of the transformation of markets, but in education, and in educating other industries, and sort of in participating in dialogues in ways that I don't think happens, right? There was a famous quote I had seen once that said, "Eating is an agricultural act." And it was a T-shirt, actually, at a coffee shop, and I bought it. Then I went and I got my team to make a new version of that T-shirt, which was living as an agricultural act. Because if you ask people the question, what's your first interaction with agriculture? When you wake up in the morning, most people say, my cup of coffee. They forget about the sheet of cotton they slept in. They forget about the fact that the soaps they used have oils. They forget about the mint in their toothpaste. It is so a core part of our life and every part of the way we live, and we don't understand it. And I really believe that sort of the contribution that the agricultural industry as a whole can have to dialogues around sustainability and to driving change in sort of the world is large, and I think we're only just beginning.
Feeding the world is partly, the more you get into this debate, is partly about not throwing food away. If we're throwing away a third of our food, I mean, David, isn't that how does a business like you address that issue?
Yeah, I mean, food waste it exists at all parts of the chain. And so if anybody who is American or has dined in American food service knows the portions are obscene and rarely get fully consumed, or they shouldn't be consumed for health purposes. But I think what we're focusing on is waste on the front end of the supply chain. So I think when you focus on improving farmer education, modernizing farming techniques, the use of GMOs to better utilize the resources that go into production of food, to production of everything, to Sarah's good point, that's where I think waste can be eliminated. And it's not as visible. People don't see the front end of the supply chain. They see how much waste they, as I said, in food service in restaurants, or it might be in food that's gone bad. But I think there's various parts, and it might be in the middle part of the supply chain where it gets shipped or processed, but there's a lot of parts of the ag and food supply chain where waste, contributes to inefficiency and high costs. But I think what the consumer sees is just one part of it. From Cargill's standpoint, we're focusing where we're going to have a bigger impact, which is on the front end, where and when it's being produced.
I couldn't help noticing that Elon Musk had a bit of money to spend on solving the problem of global hunger. I think it was 6 billion, is he? 6 billion? So, Aloysius, how should he spend his 6 billion?
Yeah.
What was your plan for him? I'm sure you sent it to him, you tweeted to him what the plan was.
Well, I wish I tweeted him.
I'm sure he'd tweet back, by all accounts.
Yeah, like if I get 6 billion, I would invest in infrastructure, right? Because fundamentally, I will invest in moving farmers, small-scale farmers, from takers to a place where they have more options and choices. You and I, we can go on Amazon, Google, and order whatever we want. Farmers are often takers of services. They have one guy in the village that sells fertilizer, and that's it. There will be some aid project that comes and does good work that will last for 3-4 years, and then they'll go away, right? What has to happen is that they need to have more options and choices where people compete on quality and price. So I will build infrastructure that will give them more services on the farm, and that will give them more services in life too, because farmers are humans, and they, in order for them to keep growing food, to take care of us, they need to be healthy, they need to be well in life. So that's what I will invest money on. And if you build infrastructure, if they have good roads, they have good storage facilities, they would be able to reduce post-harvest loss, right? They will maintain quality of food. When they maintain quality of the food, they get paid more. Right, so, and if they want fertilizer, like today, last year by this time, the price of NPK was $200 per ton. Today it's $1,000, right? If they have the infrastructure.
So that's the fertilizer, it's gone up 5-fold last year.
Right, and they did nothing to contribute to that. If there is infrastructure, the people would be able to easily reach them, and they'll compete on quality and price. So that's what I'll use the money for, if given the chance.
Mrna, where do you think Elon Musk should spend his 6 billion?
Well, he could give it to us. Yeah. And,
I don't get the impression you really need it, but if there's where's the market failure that he should be solving?
I guess the question is, what do you get? Where do you get most of the impact? And on a more serious note, I think also coming back to what you said, Sarah, when it comes to growth on one side and sustainability on the other side, I think I would put that 6 billion to work to reconcile both of them and make whatever it is that we do really farmer-centric. Yeah, so the solution is the farmer.
Yeah.
And that's a confluence of different things. First of all, the right technologies and products based on the science and the insights we have. Yeah. We have to bring to the table. Yeah. The analytics that Sarah and her company are working on, a functioning food supply chain with transparency, not only for big companies, but also for smallholders. And then having the right incentive system for farmers to not only improve the livelihood of them and their relatives, but at the same time doing the right thing for sustainability of their operations, which is a very interesting other angle where probably that 6 billion would be best used when it comes to scaling carbon farming. Yeah? And carbon farming can be something that can be very powerful if you tell a farmer that you're beyond the yield of his crops that he's growing. There's maybe a second and a third harvest when it comes to them being rewarded for sequestering carbon. Yeah? So with better and more sustainable farming practices, with cover crops, with deeper rooting varieties that they can buy, or reforestation, and then having a market mechanism that allows them to monetize it. Yeah? And that's where I think all of us here on stage are the ones that have to work together to enable farmers doing that.
David, I have to ask you also. Where do you think is the market failure that 6 billion would help solve?
I would go back to what I was saying about farmer education, training, regenerative ag, the points that Mrna just made, soil health to increase yields, but also increase livelihoods in places like Africa. And then I would also say infrastructure. So, the U.S. just passed a bill on that, but does it get to places like ports and riverways, South America as well? So you've got this massive crop growing region of the world, South America, which doesn't yet have the appropriate infrastructure to get it out of the fields and to the consumer. It doesn't do any good if you increase yields and increase farmer training and education if you can't get it to where it's needed. And so, but that's also true, there's aging infrastructure in the U.S. What does it take? Was the disruption in the Gulf from that hurricane avoidable because of better infrastructure? Maybe, or infrastructure that's going to be able to stand up better to the natural disasters which are inevitably coming with increasing frequency due to climate volatility. And then I would say whatever's left over to give it to Sarah and Aloysius' company to help farmers and to build the data.
Well, yes, obviously, it goes without saying. I mean, Sarah, I suspect a lot of the different pieces have been said, but where do you think would be a really kind of catalyzing investment that Elon could make?
Well, I was going to say, it's going to take a lot more than $6 billion, right? And I was going to say, go to Mars, maybe, that would be his solution.
He's already going.
But it's going to take a lot more than $6 billion is what it is, right? And I don't think we want to trivialize the amount of investment it's going to take when we talk about infrastructure, right? It's infrastructure in terms of storage of grain for farmers, right? And when you are looking at small-scale farming, scale doesn't exist, and so therefore the cost of infrastructure is artificially too high. So how do you actually create aggregation methodologies that help us develop scale in communities and in parts of the world where that scale doesn't exist, right? I mean, these are really expensive undertakings. And so my answer to this $6 billion is I would actually use that to create a financial institution that would help create the mechanisms to start financing all the changes that then need to be made, right? And I think one of the things to think about when thinking about sort of the financial markets as it relates to agriculture that I had not fully appreciated when I sort of left to start Grow is only a handful of agricultural products are even traded on a formal exchange. Most agricultural trades happen day to day, week to week. That's it. That's the way most of the market works. And we have to change that. Because I think, and you change that through capital. And I think creating new forms of financial institutions that truly innovate new models of financing agriculture is a place that I think one could put a lot of good use. You know, the $6 billion could actually realistically create that sort of next level infrastructure that I think is necessary.
I mean, we're going to close in 1 second, but I'm just struck. I mean, you're all in different ways at the heart of this challenge. And as Mrna said at the start, you know, there has been over the decades, there's always been a concern that we weren't going to be able to feed the world, that our technology for expanding yields and other things would just not grow, you know, would grow arithmetically while the population of the world grows geometrically, and that's always posed this challenge. And we've always managed to do it, give or take. When you look at how the goalposts are changing, how climate is changing the underlying ground, I mean, do you sometimes wonder, you think this is actually the time we're going to fail, even with all of our expertise? Do you have moments of doubt?
No, I would rely on the ingenuity of our people and the power of science. I said it earlier, that level of comfort is currently as high as it's never been. Yeah, we just have to find the right solutions with science and technology to solve the problems of society and the planet. Yeah, and I have absolutely no doubt that we are going to succeed. By the way, you know, having an ambitious target, that has to be aspirational, and then, you know, aligning people towards moving in that direction is actually very powerful. And to do that with aligned incentives. It starts with organizations that have the right incentive systems, also for the long run. And that is what is ultimately yielding the results we need.
Well, I guess if there was ever a 12 months that showed us the rightness of being confident in science and the miraculous nature of science, but also the humility we need in face of some of these rising challenges, it's the last 12 months. But thank you to all of you, and thanks for listening.
Thank you.
So this is the end of the panel sessions. It's time for lunch. You've got to look in your agenda for your breakout sessions. Some of them start right now and you have lunch afterwards. Others, you'll find it's the other way around. And then we're going to see everyone back here at 3 p.m. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, a big welcome and thank you for joining the part session of Vanke. As I provide urban development and services, Vanke is focusing on exploring, practicing, and promoting the resilient city model. I'm serving as the co-chair of the NEF City Council. The City Council brings together mayors, urban research experts, and CEOs from sectors related to urban development. The forum this year focuses on revitalizing cities in the post-pandemic era. Over the past 6 months, we have met several times to discuss the definition and the metrics of dynamic city. The metrics are broken down into 6 dimensions: fair, sustainable, innovative, data-driven, responsive, and happy. In particular, I would like to add one more dimension: resilient. which demonstrates the capacity of a city to recover and to revitalize after disaster. It reflects the practical considerations of the post-pandemic world and the bank's understanding of the future cities. Urban vitality is a reflection of urban resilience. A city is a complex organic life form. Many cities have been sent to the ICU during the outbreak of COVID-19 pandemic, failing to recover and suffering prolonged impacts. Indicators of sustainability and innovation can only provide measures of the normal conditions of cities, such as green space ratio, energy efficiency, and entrepreneurship and investment. However, these indicators fail to catch how the city can recover, resist, or even prevent uncertainties in the future. In the context of COVID-19 and the multiple challenges faced by the world, such as climate change, population growth, and the health crisis, it is necessary to introduce one more dimension, resilient, to prevent systemic collapse of cities caused by the unforeseen challenges. It will also ensure that the cities can quickly recover their vitality after any disaster. Therefore, I believe that the future cities should be built with several independent and self-sufficient ideal units. Each unit should have access to the natural ecosystem and diverse urban scenarios within walking distance. When a disaster strikes, the urban system will only be partially affected, while most other units will be able to function independently. In the wake of COVID-19 pandemic, China's urban planning and policies have increasingly favored the adoption of such resilient city building models. Let's take Shanghai as an example. The 5 new town strategy is formulated to build 5 nodes on the outskirts of Shanghai as resilient new cities, and to build multi-center and multi-layer urban structure in Shanghai. Currently, the city is working with Vanke to build a future resilient city with ecology, safety, and interaction at its core. We will get global expertise and offer China solutions to create future cities with livable environments that are smart, efficient, and convenient. Today, we are honored to have some amazing speakers with us. They are Norman Foster, the founder of Foster. Lord Foster is a world-renowned architect with many masterpieces and a deep understanding of cities. Professor Colorati from MIT, who participated in Vanke's session last year to share his insights on digitalization and urban space. Vanke has discussions and collaborations on future city with both Lord Foster and Professor Ratti. And Craig Clark, head of future cities and new industrials from HSBC. He's an urban expert who has published extensively. Hai Bei is the general manager of Vanke Future City Lab. She will bring expertise and the cases of Vanke on resilient cities. Today's session will be moderated by Jonathan Wazzell, our old friend from McKinsey, who has in-depth knowledge on the practices of urban development in China. We are looking forward to hearing some great insights on how the construction of resilient cities will help to unleash new vitality in cities. Thank you again for your participation.
So welcome to the panel on unleashing urban potential through resilience. And I am very happy to have the chance to moderate a group of 4 leaders from around the world of urban development. With me today are architects, developers, thinkers, and from across around the world. So let me, with no further ado, briefly introduce each one. In no order, we have Professor Greg Clark from HSBC, a leading figure across the UK and globally, thinking about the economic development patterns of cities, and particularly in the modern context. Carlo Ratti of MIT, notable thinker and practitioner across mobility, energy, and many other domains in cities. Of course, Lord Norman Foster, architect. No more needs to be said, as literally one of the architects of the modern age. And with us also Haibei Yi of the Wangke Future Cities Lab, shaping the direction of cities in China, of course, the seat of the greatest urban explosion of the modern age. And finally, myself, Jonathan Wetzel from McKinsey's Global Institute, happy to have the chance to moderate today's discussion. So this topic of resilience is one that comes more naturally now, perhaps, than 18 months ago, as we have all been through quite a crisis. But of course, that's not the only one. Cities are stressed by many things. The rise of populations, the challenges of increased volatility of the environment, propelled by the engine of climate change, as well as the normal, if you will, challenges of cities in dealing with growth. So in all of that context, we're now starting to think about what it is that actually resilience means. How do we define it? How do we know what it is? Because it seems to be important. It seems to be the thing that keeps us going. So with that, I'd like to pose that as an opening round of questions to our panelists. And I'll just ask each in turn, very briefly, to give me what they think of as their definition of resilience. And perhaps starting with you, Greg.
Well, Jonathan, thank you very much. It's obviously a very big and intriguing question. I guess I would answer it in three ways. Number one, for a city to be resilient, it has to have the capacity in its infrastructure, its built environment, its utilities, and its broader systems to cope with change. Some of that change is to do with population growth, population contraction. Some of that change is to do with the changing economy. But most dramatically, it's to do with our changing environment and the ability to be resilient to extremes of heat, flooding, and other kinds of conditions. That's one kind of resilience. A second one, I think, is kind of governance and leadership and institutions, the ability of the city and its organizing institutions to essentially evolve as the challenges that the city faces change. This is very important, for example, for the geography of transport authorities or the competences of city governments and other things. The institutional framework has to be flexible. And then the third thing, of course, is that resilience requires social capital. It requires trust. It requires a social contract, a bond between the people who live in the city and the leaders of the city, that they're willing to trust one another to make changes, to be agile, and to be flexible in the face of shocks. That's what I think resilience includes.
Admirable, a three-part definition. I think we could not have asked for more, but Carlo, how would you react to that? Is that also your definition, or how would you frame it?
Yeah, I agree with Greg. Maybe I will add one simple thing is that, as Greg was saying, it's about looking at the condition, the boundary condition is how they're changing. And well, unless we know how they're changing, unless we can measure that, unless we got data, it's very difficult to be resilient. So I wanted to add this kind of dimension that in order to be resilient today, we need to monitor, say, in real time through data, what is going on in the different domains that actually Greg was mentioning. And then if we can monitor that, then we can better respond and also measure the effect of our response.
So data as the direction. Norman, perhaps if I can be so bold, how would you frame it?
Well, we've had trust, management, data, infrastructure. I would concentrate on the infrastructure. The infrastructure is the investment today that secures the city in the future to be able to respond to crises, adapt to change. And if we look at our cities today, if you take, for example, London and New York. London in the mid-19th century created a modern system of sanitation. It cleaned up the Thames. It holistically, in terms of design, created underground transport and civic beauties such as the embankment. The architect of that, who was not an architect, he was an engineer, Joseph Bazalgette, sized that system for twice the capacity. So he anticipated the growth in terms of another word for resilience. He anticipated change. Brooklyn Bridge was originally conceived for horse traffic. Over the many decades since, it's adapted to changing forms of mobility. I think what we're seeing today in terms of high-speed transport, investment in the future, we're seeing those cities which are wisely planning ahead and those which are running behind. So I think resilience is more about the future than the present.
So the planning muscle, sort of thinking ahead in order to make sure that you have the capacity available for that. Hai Bei, how does that resonate for you?
I should say that I really echo with our panelists' opinion. However, I really want to emphasize that when we're talking about sustainability and resiliency, sometimes we think it's equal. However, when you just facing disaster, it's actually sometimes it's different. Let me draw just an example. I think you all know the Zhengzhou rainstorm in this summer. Actually, for Zhengzhou, it has done a very good system of the sponge city, like the urban water permeability. It's a very good index of the sustainability. However, it still occurs that. So why? Just because when we just look back, because Zhengzhou has a very low, very, very low the water surface coverage rate. It's just 1%. But normally we need that to be 5 to 10% for the water coverage rate. That's why in Zhengzhou we occurs when we just facing the big disaster, we go into facing a large scale water logging. However, that is an extreme example. But we just want to talk about that resilient city extends the adaptability of a city. It's an abnormal thing, but it's really we need to extend the index of the city sustainability index. That's my opinion.
And so one has to really take into account the particularities of the local context. Now, in that context, I mean, many of you have done unique and interesting things to spur, to capture resilience, to build resilience. And I wanted to take it one by one. So, Carlo, recently in Helsinki, you built this award-winning feature, the Hot Heart. And maybe you could describe that a bit and also say, to what extent do you see that model being something that is replicable and scalable to build resilience and its particular attributes that the Hot Heart delivers?
Yeah, no, thank you, Jonathan. Well, first of all, we haven't built it yet. We won the competition so far. It was quite an interesting competition because, you know, what happens is that cities usually look at best practices, but looking at best practices actually is a way to slow down innovation. You look at what has been done in another city, maybe 10 or 20 years before, and you keep on replicating that. We keep on doing in the future what we've done in the past. And actually, Helsinki did something quite interesting. So the mayor of Helsinki wanted to decarbonize the city by 2030, in particularly all of the district heating system. At the moment, district heating system actually uses hot water from coal power plants, and those plants are going to be shut down in 2030. And so what the city did was quite interesting, was launch something like a moonshot, an X Prize, put a prize and ask people from all over the world to come up with ideas. So there were over 250 participants, 10 finalists. We were selected together with other 3 as winners. But to tell you very briefly is if we need to decarbonize, today we can produce renewable in a rather inexpensive way, and the price of production is going down. But what is still very high is the price of batteries. And we know that renewables are intermittent, so sometimes you produce too much or too little, and you don't know how to store it. So in a nutshell, what we propose for Helsinki, given that in this case, actually, we need to use this for the district heating system in the city, is to create something you could call like a thermal battery. So floating islands that are thermal batteries, and the thermal batteries will keep all the heating that then will be used in a district heating system. And once you got this kind of hot floating batteries, then you can think about what else can you do there. And so we came up with a few uses for the islands. You know, we thought about recreating a different type of tropical forest with a little bit of the heat that we got, you know, we can use from the batteries, and create a public space. Create something where actually citizens can learn about nature, about decarbonization, about energy. Because, you know, Jonathan, the only way we can actually solve all the issues we're discussing today is if we do it together. And so citizens should be part of the conversation, should be involved in this, and architecture and planning can help a lot.
And to what extent can that model, do you think, that go to other cities? Is it scalable, or what would have to be true?
Thanks. You know, you're totally right now. So certainly it's very scalable. We already actually, for instance, the mayor of Stockholm just called a couple of weeks ago. She was very interested in discussing this for Stockholm. It's certainly scalable in cities that have district heating systems. You can also think about something similar in very hot places where you're storing not hot water but cold water. Think about decarbonizing Dubai would be one of the biggest challenges ever. I think is one of the least sustainable cities on the planet. And and again, I believe that Dubai will commit to net zero carbon like other cities by 2050. So time is short. So you can use it in different cities, but I don't think we need to look at one solution fits all when we look at decarbonization. I think if you go cities next to the Alps or next to mountains, you can use reverse hydro as a storage. If you got cities in other local conditions, somehow, we're going to see a variety of solutions that are going to be specific for a given city in the given context.
And this one is an extremely cool one, or maybe extremely hot one, but it's a great step. Greg, if I could turn to you, because you've been involved in a lot of thinking around the pandemic and the recovery from the pandemic and its relation. So there's one type of challenge, resilience challenge, and its relationship to decarbonization, which is another kind of resilience challenge. Maybe say a few words about the relationship between those two things. Are they complementary? Are they contradictory? Or how do you see it?
Well, Jonathan, I think it's a high stakes moment, to be honest. And let's put it very clearly. One of the things that the pandemic did was to reveal a whole series of weaknesses and challenges in our cities. And of course, depending upon where you are in the world, those weaknesses and challenges were felt in different ways. Advanced cities in regions with, high levels of urbanization, Europe, North America, Latin America, Oceania, the lockdowns there, in a sense, gave an opportunity for a big digital transformation to occur. Whereas what the pandemic did, I think, in regions with lower levels of urbanization, in China, the Middle East, India, ASEAN, and elsewhere, was to reveal, in a sense, that people still really need their cities in all sorts of ways. And certainly as we look at the patterns of recovery, we see that the regions with the lower levels of urbanization are the ones that are recovering most quickly in terms of the return. So what's happened is that the pandemic has unleashed a new set of choices and options for people around how to integrate higher levels of digital connectivity into their lives. And it's also started to reform logistics and trade and all sorts of other things. So the consequences of this is that in some parts of the world, we see a strong return to the city. In other parts of the world, we're seeing a reformed version of the city emerging. And there's a big risk. The risk is this, that with increased digitization, our cities become less dense and compact and more spread out and sprawling. They become more carbon intensive because more people jump into a private car as a way of protecting themselves somehow. And our public transport systems become financially undermined, as all of them has become during the pandemic. And of course, the massive use of data contributes to a more high carbon economy. So the risk here is that the very remedy from the pandemic becomes actually an acceleration of the problem of the planet. Now, the opportunity here is a different one. The opportunity is to use the lessons from the pandemic to create a post-pandemic city which is more focused on public transport, active transport, walking and cycling and everything else, to create a city where healthy buildings are healthy for the planet as well as healthy for people, and to find a new configuration for land uses, which isn't just a sprawling suburbanization of the cities, but to create something which combines compactness with choice. And so I think that the reason I would say it's a high stakes moment is that, to me, it's not yet clear whether the recovery from the pandemic will favor the decarbonizing city, or whether in some parts of the world it will favor a higher carbon mode of city. And that's why the conversation at COP, the agreements, the innovations that corporations and investors and others are bringing forward, and why citizen demand, as Carlos said, and citizen participation is so important. We're actually in a battle for the future of our cities, which is also a battle for the future of our planet as well.
That is a powerful statement, and what I'm hearing you say is that these can be thought of as two conundrums, but we really need to bring them together to recognize that they are in fact one, and that we have this choice between, as you said, between sprawl and choice, but in order to recognize that, one has to actually bear in mind both conundrums at the same time.
I think that's right, Jonathan, and I think that's a very important fulcrum for city leaders, but it's also a very important agenda for corporation leaders, for institutional investors and others to recognize that the choices that they make in terms of modalities of energy, transport, real estate, working patterns have very particular spatial consequences that will either reinforce all of the promise and the benefits of cities, or they will unbundle the cities in certain ways. And we need to recognize that, if you like, there's a secondary effect of all of these choices. And I think it's a very important time.
Well, Lord Foster, you have, of course, come down very firmly, and Foster and Partners, on the side of integrating these choices and sort of building sustainability into the design, the fabric, if you will, of the built environment. And you've launched recently a new methodology. Maybe you could share with us a bit of the rationale for that, the first of all, and secondly, what are some of the learnings and successes?
I think the whole challenge of global warming is a design challenge. And the major combination of buildings and infrastructure being the glue that binds the individual buildings together, the connections, the mobility, the infrastructure, that combination, I think that stepping back and looking at the bigger picture, the pandemic, I don't believe, has changed anything. I think it's magnified trends that were already there. The idea of the dense, walkable, sustainable city compared with the gas-guzzling, sprawling metropolis, the arguments have always been powerful in terms of sustainability. Now, the social thing goes hand in hand. It's no accident that the mayor of Paris coined with her advisor this concept of the 15-minute city, the neighborhood. London is the same. Traditionally, London, more than 90% of its inhabitants are within walking distance, 15-minute walking distance of a high street. So it's made the concept of neighborhood more desirable. And I think if you look at the state, I mean, the cities that I've moved around recently, London, New York, Boston, they've rebounded back with extraordinary vigor and pedestrianization, the takeover of road surfaces for restaurants, for strolling, that which would have taken months or even years has happened overnight. So we've seen a humanizing of the city as well. Coming down to the individual buildings and the buildability, I think that certainly those buildings which before the pandemic had an emphasis on being healthier by virtue of being a breathing building rather than a sealed, recirculating, refrigerated, stale air. Those buildings, typified by quite a number that we've done over many decades, the guiding force behind those, the idea of bringing nature into the workplace, into the home, has since been labeled biophilia, and research establishments such as Harvard School of Public Health have deemed those green buildings not just to be more sustainable in terms of the planet, but to be healthier. Our own coding for trying to find a rating that would go further than the traditional BREEAM or LEED ratings has focused very much on the embedded carbon in the building materials, as well as the operational carbon, the operation of the building. So it's looking at a much wider spectrum of the building. It's starting with the carbon embedded in the materials that come together to make the building, then the assembly of that building. It's also trying to get below the surface of some of the assumptions. For example, steel is carbon intensive. Well, that depends where the steel comes from. Depends on the power grid that has helped to create that steel. So that, in some of its origins, it could be quite dirty. In other origins, it could be remarkably clean. So it's trying to break through some of the cliches.
Bei, then let's turn to China, because here, we're living in the middle of, as you noted already, Zhengzhou. China is clearly already experiencing climate change as a real thing in its city planning, and of course, China has come out with a national adaptation plan almost a decade ago. But how do you, as the leader of the Future City Lab, how do you see the resilience challenge, and what are you seeing in terms of new planning methodologies, like Lord Foster was suggesting, as well as the use of technologies? What is the latest from the Future City?
Okay. We think these things like we just divide it to two aspects. One aspect is normally we will think about the hardware. The city infrastructure. We will think back to that. And thanks for the digital technologies like AI, like big data, we need to say in China, we have launched a lot of smart cities tools and the tags to make sure the city infrastructure to be, at least to be safe. The safe is the very basic thing. And this is the one aspect. Another aspect we are talking about from our side, we are trying to build up a new urban system, kind of like a new urban form that is coherent with the decentralized system future. That we will do some independent and self-sufficient and closely related units of future city. That we called it as Vanke Idea Unit of Future City. And that will be very mixed use, combines the live, learn, work, recreation, everything you can think about that. In China, in Shanghai, we try to put in 15 minutes living circle by work. And that thing actually, I really think it is a very good response to resilient topic, because when the disaster or pandemic occurs, the whole system will be just partially influenced, and the other units will operate as they can do, as best as they can. So that's a uniform. That's an urban form we really need to follow, and what exactly Vanke is just trying to do. And when we're talking about technology, we have tried a lot of things like very cutting edge tech, or the products that you're using, like you have the very significant robots and something like that. As you all know, China is very good at this. However, we just think about it. That's why we use tech. We actually use tech is is trying to match with our need. Especially when we're talking about the resilience of city, we're just thinking about how to recover it and how to make the city lively, dynamic, which means we were trying some things to try to let the tech serve for people, especially some like elder people, like children. So, for example, we are trying to do something like, the light poles, smart light poles. We are doing like that to detect the human gesture data, and then that without affecting people's privacy, that. And with the help of the technologies, we can try to, we can figure out the time of the elderly passing across the roads, and then extend the light, extend the green light. So that's what we are trying to, a very small side of products to try to just combine and together with our ideal unit of future city. But for the challenge, actually, we really have the challenge. I think Carlo has already worked with us. This. The key things is as us as developer, it's really hard to find out the business model if you're using the cutting edge tech for products. For example, like the BIPV, as Norman Foster has mentioned, you have low carbon or materials or doing something new energy. And so, BIPV, we just tried it, like the efficiency and the cost is not so much so far. So what we can do, however, we know that it will go to a very reasonable thing, right? Maybe in 3 years. So what we are doing is that we, in our pilot area, we will try to just maybe just pick 1 or 2 buildings to try the BIP on 1 or 2%. And maybe the most important thing is that we need to find out the connection to the future. If you still if we just keep the infrastructure will be adaptable to the future technologies. If we use BIPV, will be a very broad and mature using, maybe in 3 years. So the challenge for us is the business circle. I think it's really a challenging thing and continually occurs. That's it.
Well, I think that's a great segue to a topic that I think we should all engage around, which is this question of, well, how do we make the economics work on this? That if we want a resilient future, we're going to have to pay for it, or someone is going to have to pay for it. Yes, and how are we going to do that? So, yeah. So I think High Bay has actually framed that question very nicely. So, how do we get from 1 or 2 buildings of BIPV, building integrated photovoltaics, to a city of BIPV? That's a transition. I don't know who would like to take a shot at ideas around how that might happen. I don't know, Greg. Is this something that you've been thinking about as part of the choice framework?
Jonathan, it's certainly something I've been thinking about, and I'm chairing a national initiative in the UK called the Cities Climate Investment Commission that's all about this. You see, on the one hand, everybody likes to talk now about the wall of capital that is lining up to finance the decarbonisation process in infrastructure, in real estate, in utilities, and everything else. And on the other hand, at the level of individual cities, it's very hard to create in water, in energy, in transport systems, in sort of the less iconic, less attractive real estate, in the public buildings, in the homes and the dwellings. It's much less easy to configure those to attract major investment from the market. And that's partly because the investment up front versus the initial returns is a different financing model to what people are used to. But it's partly also because many of the benefits of doing decarbonisation don't fall into the budgets that have to pay for these things. If you improve the way people travel, you may well make health savings. If you improve the quality of the homes that people live in, you may well achieve better educational attainment. But these benefits and costs fall in different places, so they have high, what we call co-benefits. So I think that the answer here is that there is capital that wants to invest in this. There are cities and systems within cities that want to attract this capital, but we need a little bit more active intermediation. And that means we do have to help groups of cities, for example, get access to larger scale budgets to do, for example, retrofitting of homes. We do need to look at how we can scale up the transition to electric buses or EV charging, or how we can decarbonize our water and our sewage systems. These things need to happen at a scale where they become bankable. And we need the tools of development finance. So we need risk guarantees, revenue guarantees. We need interest rate discounts. We need technical money being put into project preparation. In other words, the supply is there and the demand is there. We've got to actually make the market work. And I think for the next 10 years or so, many of us are going to be very, very active on that issue.
Well, and I'm sure HSBC will be in the front, but sorry, go ahead, please.
No, Jonathan, maybe adding to that, I would say to what Greg was saying, is that I believe the technology is there and the unit economics can work out. Let's just make you an example. Today, in most countries on the planet, we can produce a megawatt hour of electricity in a renewable way with solar or wind for something between $15 and $30 per megawatt hour. Just to give you a sense, 1.6 megawatt hour is 1 barrel of oil equivalent. So it's like having renewable energy for half the price today of a real barrel of oil, and that's in a renewable way. But I think Greg was spot on. The key problem is that the benefits are very difficult to capture, and sometimes they're very fragmented. I mean, it was mentioned before, if you build a building, if you're a developer, you don't have the incentive in order to get the benefits that will come from putting more insulation, investing more in the building in order to make it more performant, and you will get benefits then after 10, 20, 30 years. But at that point, you don't own the building anymore. So somehow, in most cases, so basically aligning the incentives is going to be the crucial thing. A carbon tax could do that. There's other ways to do it. But see, if you're able to do it, the technology is there, and the unit economics, I'm sure, will work.
Lord Foster, you've been involved in so many mega projects. I mean, do you start to see this recognition of this economic paradigm shifting? I mean, across the different parties? Mm-hmm.
Well, I've seen, obviously, in some of these mega projects, extraordinary partnerships between the public and the private sector, whether that's something like the Mio Viaduct, which you wouldn't think of a highway as being sustainable. If you quantify the time saved and the statistics recorded by trucks, I mean, it is the equivalent in terms of saving carbon, the equivalent of planting a vast forest. So, but on the other hand, I think if what we're talking about is survival, then many of these initiatives not a matter of really whether we can afford them. It's a matter of whether we can afford not to implement them, whether that's research into cleaner forms of energy to accelerate the transfer to a clean economy and the clean generation of fuel, whether that's fusion or advanced nuclear. And it's also questioning strategies. I mean, for example, there's a strategy in the United Kingdom to extend the road system, almost at the point, a similar sort of cycle we saw in China, where one half of the world is reverting to bicycles. At the same point in time, China is taking the bicycles off the road and replacing them by automobiles. So there needs to be, I think, a greater awareness, whether that's education in terms of what the priorities are globally in terms of investment.
I think that, so there, Haibe, are three answers to that challenge. One is, I think, Greg saying that, well, there is long-term capital, but we need to find the intermediation. Carlo saying that actually, if you look at it, maybe the economics work. and Lord Foster noting that, well, if you don't do it, the counterfactual is pretty bad, and so that the argument is compelling for a for making it happen. But I think all that said, I think a lot of this comes back to this question of partnerships. You mentioned at the beginning, Lord Foster, about mega projects bringing together public, private, civic influences to recognize that the framework needs to be adapted to incorporate resilience. Now, of course, China has its own very unique framework. I'm curious, Haibei, how you would react to that, to say, do you think that you're going to see changes in the economic framework with differing roles for public, private, civil society in order to drive, in order to deliver resilience?
Yes. May I just share a little bit about what we're thinking about the challenge, how to face it? Actually, we can say that challenge is there and we can do anything. Actually, for Vanke, we are an open platform. We are integrator. We don't create technology, right? We just integrate technology and use it. So for the avant-garde things like innovation, for not very clear business models, the things we need stakeholders together to solve it. The big stakeholder in China is government. So what we are trying to do is just we are working with Shanghai government we try to set some bars like the future city standards, building standards, low carbon standards, something like that. You're doing by yourself, it's okay, but something you just need the government background to support to just make the standard a little bit higher than what Shanghai has done already. So that's what we are doing. If we can do that successfully, fluently goes on, sometimes in some space where it comes out, like what Clark has mentioned, you come out the economic solving ways.
Wonderful. Well, I mean, I think that, it's always great when you can work, and you said with the city government, because the cities are so local in that sense. I mean, Greg, again, I'm going to keep going back and forth, but I mean, how do you think that willingness to engage with local governments to set standards, how does that play out in the context that you're familiar with?
Well, again, Jonathan, it's a very interesting question because around the world, the arrangements are simply so different. So, working with the Shanghai city government is a bit like working with Singapore or Hong Kong or Seoul or Tokyo. These are highly empowered city governments with fiscal capabilities. They could raise money from multiple sources. They have strong institutional presence and balance sheets. They have a broad span of competencies that include energy and water and transport and planning and real estate. But of course, most people around the world live in cities that are nothing like that. They live in cities that have a very weak institutional framework. They often don't have much control, sometimes not even land use planning, especially in our African cities and our Indian cities. And of course, the majority of people therefore experience a kind of weak local regime that doesn't have much capability or competence here. So in the top 600 cities that Jonathan, you and your colleagues frequently write about, generally speaking, we have a strong combination of hard powers and soft powers, and city governments are pretty good at convening and marshalling change. But in the other 7,000 or 8,000 cities that are less successful, I think there are serious concerns about the ability of city governments to really grasp the agenda. And therefore, it's very important that civic organizations, NGOs, businesses, investors, and others, and of course, national governments begin to pay more attention to how the cities adjust. Because as cities become the core concentrations of our people and our systems, whether or not they're ready to make the adjustments that Lord Foster described, I think depends a lot upon their institutional framework. And so for me, it's a very key issue.
Carlo, Lord Foster, you are global practitioners. Do you see the same picture of the state of cities and the need for creating those institutions of governance in order to accomplish these changes?
I think that the most progressive projects that we've been involved with over continents and time and cities has come out of a progressive element, whether those are individuals, whether they're city governments, whether they're individual mayors. In the end, I think it comes down very much to, notwithstanding the seemingly faceless bureaucracies of cities, it comes down to individual leadership. It comes down to enlightened individuals, whether those are heads of industry, whether they're embedded in government. I mean, if I take the Reichstag, for example, which goes back many decades, zero carbon, zero waste, that was a manifesto for a nation. But it hinged on the initiative of probably two individuals, Helmut Kohl and Rita Zusmut, as committed individuals. Now, you know, that wouldn't necessarily surface in the public domain. But whether it's a Mike Bloomberg, you know, whether it's a Steve Jobs, or whether it's an extraordinary mayor. I mean, we recently had a workshop of our foundation, and Penelosa talked about his role in Bogota and the transformation of mobility, the reduction of carbon, and the way all of these elements came together to simultaneously reduce crime and improve the quality of life for citizens. So I think the hope for the future is vested in good communication, the kind of things that this sort of forum, exchanging ideas, propagating them, but in the end down to committed individuals.
I love that framing because, I mean, there is a saying about that the only thing that changes the world is a group of unreasonable people. If nothing else, mayors can be very unreasonable people in their aspirations for their cities, and the ones that are capable succeed, including, of course, today is, I think, yesterday, I believe, Haibei was the 93rd birthday of Zhu Rongji, another great mayor of Shanghai. So it equally may apply in China. I don't know, Carlo, any thoughts to add on this subject of partnerships?
No, I would agree. It boils down actually to the leaders, the local leaders, to the people in whichever, you know, city leaders or industrial leaders. But maybe, however, just a quick point was mentioned before briefly, which is the pandemic has taught us as well that sometimes less structured processes can lead to even more innovation. Again, you know, during the pandemic, we had to face something we didn't know how to tackle. And so we had to do this kind of new trial and error thing, which is really what happens in the startup world. People try something, see what works, what doesn't work, and then you adjust things. Now, cities traditionally didn't do this. They learned to do it during the pandemic, and I hope that this will continue in the long term, because it's really a way to speed up innovation and transformation. Trying something sometimes in a temporary way, see what works, what doesn't work, get feedback from citizens, sometimes feedback from having them vote with their feet, by seeing what, by showing with their presence what they like, what they don't like, and based on this, turn something temporary maybe into a permanent transformation. Somehow, I think also, let's not think that just a super organized top-down approach is best. Sometimes you can get a lot of innovation in this kind of more flexible way, as we've seen during the unprecedented condition of the COVID-19.
Well, thank you, because I think I wanted to start turning us towards that question of solutions. And so what does it take to get to resilience? And I think Lord Foster highlighted again the role of the leadership and its ability to articulate the aspiration. We've talked a bit about data. You've added the aspect here of the value of the unplanned space, or the less than perfectly planned process, in the sense the process that allows for experimentation. I'd throw it open. What would people describe as being the key for the solution for resilience, the thing that must be true in order for us to achieve resilience? Is it any one of those things? Is it something else? Is it a combination of the above? What are the reactions? What are the things we should give our audience to take away as being the necessary element for resilience?
Attitude of mind.
Mindset.
Yeah, if we look at nature, it's really trying many things, speeding up innovation. What nature would try many different things. Some will fail, but then you find that one totally unexpected, which is a better fit and is more resilient. And I think cities should start behaving more in that way, looking less at examples from the past and more trying to try new things and innovate faster.
So
I think that's right, Jonathan. I think one thing the pandemic has revealed is a kind of store of agility and inventiveness in our cities. And Lord Foster spoke about this, I think, very compellingly a few minutes ago. The ability when faced with a crisis to do something different, I think, is critical. But I think there's an underlying ingredient there, which I mentioned right at the start, which is essentially trust and social capital. It's where the people trust the leaders and the leaders trust the people. And that creates an environment in which I think more inventiveness is possible. If every time you try to make a change to the way a road is laid out, or to the way a building performs, or to the way a service is delivered, if people constantly challenge that, you're in a low trust equilibrium. And in that environment, I think innovation is very difficult.
There's a colleague of mine, a friend, Manuel Pastor, who writes about epistemic communities, communities that talk to themselves about themselves. And he notes that as being one of the markers of communities that are more resilient. It sounds like that trust is another way, from in my language, of saying the capacity for dialogue on an ongoing basis, that it's normal, that it's expected, that we talk about things, we trust ourselves to identify issues. It implies certain things about governance, of course, that governance is there to allow for that trust to be built. Maybe we could close with a round of your favorite examples of resilience. Maybe just what are the things that you would hold up as being the solutions or the ideas to take away? Mm-hmm.
Well, let me start, because I've got one immediately, Jonathan. I think if you look at Medellin and you look at what they've achieved in terms of social resilience over the last decade and a half, what you see is a huge reduction in violence between communities. You see a huge reduction in violence against women. You see a repatronizing of the streets by people at all times of day and night. You remove the problem of personal safety. You create an environment of trust, and then the city springs back to life in a way that would never have been possible 20 or 30 years ago, when it was the murder capital of the world. This is an example of how trust and community builds resilience and creates social regeneration.
Wonderful, wonderful. Carlo, I mean, and you can't say the hot heart because we already talked about that.
No, I will not talk about the hot card, but I can think about many examples, and here I will make something more general point. I think before we talked about the city that becomes too large, then it consumes more energy, it's less sustainable, it's less resilient. There's a very important aspect as well that I'm concerned about sprawl and about connecting digitally, is that we lose that important aspect of physical space where we come together. And when we come together, we meet diversity, we don't close ourselves into bubble. Public space is the best antidote you have towards the polarization we are seeing everywhere, especially in the political discourse. And so I would say that, to me, what I've seen as best example of resilience recently are really when people and when cities have encouraged people to go back to physical place, to meet each other, and again, to be an antidote to all of this remote working that has secluded us into bubble. We talk less, we connect less, and we are less resilient together.
Well, I'm going to push you as to say, give me your favorite public space.
Oh,
purely personal.
many of them. I'll tell you something that we mentioned before, the mayor of Paris and Hidalgo. And something interesting for me has been how the pandemic forced changes, again, that have been discussed for decades. They were done overnight. I think Norman said it before. And one of my favorites is actually Rue de Rivoli in Paris. When I was a student in Paris, Rue de Rivoli was almost like a highway in the middle of the city with 3 lanes of cars. Today, the space has been given back to people, to pedestrians, to scooters, to electric scooters, to bikes, and so on. It has become like a very, very long linear square.
Well, we've had Medellin, we have Rue de Rivoli. Lord Foster, your favorite example of resilience?
It could be a mini project that I've been close to, like Trafalgar Square. It's very difficult to imagine Trafalgar Square when it was a traffic roundabout. And everybody's memory is very short. But the wider inspirational examples, I guess, are those that cities learn from each other. And it's very difficult to think of New York without Central Park, but it's worth remembering that Central Park was generated by a crisis. It was generated by the cholera epidemic, by the scourge of dirty water, the discovery that clean water would be healthier, the creation of a reservoir, and that's the kind of green lung of a city today. That's an investment by the past in infrastructure for the future. That's a perfect example of resilience. I mean, at the time of its creation, sheep were grazing its meadows. It was inconceivable at that time to imagine the population growth, just like Bazalgette in London. The examples are legion, and they unify those cities where the civic leaders had the courage to be able to invest for future generations.
Wonderful. Well, I think Haibe, you have the last word. We are looking for examples of resilience. Your favorite personal example?
May I say I don't have a good example? Actually, I might just share an attitude. Actually, I think because resilience is not an old topic, because for right now we are facing an even worse environment than before. So when we're talking about that, I should say that like we just try to think of a city as a living complex. Sometimes it goes to sick. We can't just treat it as a normal conditional things, like we just treat some normal index as conditional things. However, we need to figure out when it goes to sick, what we should react. That's my attitude.
The city is a living thing. It needs to be healed, and it needs to thrive. No, I think that's a great way to close, because as we think about resilience, it has to be a dynamic concept. It has to be adjusted and fit for purpose for all of us. So with that, I'd really like to thank you all, Haibe, Lord Foster, Greg, Carlo, for a very invigorating and a very resilient panel, I have to say. So thank you for this, and I look forward to the conversations at Bloomberg. Okay.
Thank you all.
Thank you.
All right.
Thank you, guys.
Ciao, ciao.
Thank you.